Good morning to those who've just joined. My name's Adrian Bertrand from Six Capitals Advisory. We're letting people into the workshop, so let's just give a minute or two, and then we'll commence with the formal start of the workshop.
You want a board that actually monitors. You want a board that actually
Well, I'm just looking at the list of names that have come through. We're not quite at 50% yet of everyone that's registered, but for the sake of those who are here on time, I think what I'd like to suggest is that we do commence with the workshop program. It is an early or a relatively early workshop start. So we are mindful that people might be just running with their last few bits of admin before they can get behind their PC to join the workshop. So what I'll do is I'll briefly introduce our speakers for today. I'll speak to the program agenda, and then I'll give a bit of an introduction to this UK Pact funded project. And then we'll commence with the full workshop program after we've had an opportunity for everybody who would have hopefully joined within the next half an hour to introduce themselves. But maybe just to introduce our speakers, and it's going to be a very kind of high-level first introduction, because I would like the speakers to provide a little bit more information about themselves when we do a round of introductions. So firstly, very briefly, myself, I'm Adrian Bertrand. I work at Six Capitals Advisory. Six Capitals Advisory is one of the project partner members for this UK Pact supported project, where there's been a consortium of firms put together led by DNA Economics. And my background is responsible investment, or ESG, and education. And so, you know, this is quite an exciting project to be involved in because it really links the kind of two loves of my life. The one is ESG and impact, and the other is education, and specifically trustee education. So I'm Adrian from Six Capitals. Then we have Seren Marjore from WWF South Africa. Morning, Seren. Seren is an investment analyst with WWF South Africa, and he is used to looking at investments from an ESG lens and trying to achieve sustainable finance impacts through WWF's own investment portfolio, and also through their other WWF partners. So I'm sure Seren will share a few practical examples of how he and the other members of the WWF Sustainable Finance team are working together to achieve these impacts. We're also excited to have Melanie Smith, one of our colleagues from Six Capitals Advisory. Melanie is equally passionate about sustainability. She's just completed a master's in sustainable development at the Sustainability Institute of the University of Stellenbosch. And Melanie heads up our research and reporting practice at Six Capitals. And she's been quite active in the broader climate-related financial disclosure space, and she'll share some information around TCFD and climate-related disclosure in today's workshop. Lastly, but not least, we're excited about Sifaku Matibe, another colleague of ours from Six Capitals Advisory. Sifaku is a research analyst within our team. And Sifaku has been a good support to Melanie in the TCFD research projects that we've undertaken, both for a WWF piece of research that we worked on with WWF, as well as the climate risk fact sheets, which we've developed as one of the outputs of this particular project. So between the four of us, we'll be facilitating today's workshop. It is a full day workshop. We intend to certainly go beyond lunchtime. We have budgeted time for a number of kind of tea and comfort breaks, as well as a full lunch hour break. But we'll play things by ear in terms of how we progress from a content perspective, and also with respect to our attendees' availability for the full workshop. This is one of two workshops that we are presenting for retirement fund trustees and asset consultants as the target audience. We are obviously aware that there might be some other interested parties and stakeholders joining who may themselves not be a retirement fund trustee or principal officer or an advisor to a board of trustees, which is perfectly fine. But in a sense, the positioning that we're taking in today's workshop is very much from a trustee, principal officer, retirement fund, asset consultant, and long-term asset owner lens, if I can call it that. I'm just looking to see if we've had a few more folk join us, and we have, which is great. And we'll wait a few more minutes to allow people to join. So I'm going to just start with a few housekeeping matters and introduce the project. And apologies to those who've probably joined us for some of our webinars that we've hosted in August, or maybe you've joined one of our asset manager focused workshops already. This first part of the workshop you will have seen before. But it is important that we give due recognition to our funders and project partners. Again, just to say, we want this workshop to be interactive. It's not a webinar, it's a workshop. So we do want to hear from you. We'd welcome your active participation. You can do that verbally by unmuting yourself, maybe raise your hand before you make a comment. Again, it's always helpful to just introduce yourself and who you represent when making a comment or asking any questions. When you're not presenting or when you're not speaking, if we can ask that you keep your microphone on mute. It's up to you whether you want to have your video displaying, while the workshop is happening. That's your preference, but we don't have a problem if people keep their videos off to save data. And when you perhaps want to ask a question and you want to show your video, you're welcome to do so. We'd love to hear from you, and request comments or questions via the chat function as well. And we'll also be posting a few resource links in the chat function and responding to questions, both by the facilitators who are presenting, but also in terms of via the chat function. We are recording the webinar, and that is for the benefit of the project funders. It also allows us to share, parts of the workshop with participants who may not be able to join us for the full duration of today's full day workshop. So you should have a copy of this workshop recording in a couple of days. We'll also share the slide decks. And we do that via the DNA project website link, which we'll also share in the chat function. If you have any technical difficulties during the day and you need some support in terms of Zoom, Safaku is our man. Please would you drop Safaku an email at safaku@apros.coza. And if you received a reminder email from me yesterday in advance of today's workshop, we've also included Safaku's phone number there. So if you need to send him a text or a WhatsApp, he's also contactable by phone. I think that's all the necessary welcome and admin. I'm going to go into a project overview. Then we will have the first of the kind of content sessions, which is an introduction to climate change, linking climate and finance, the impact of the task force on climate-related financial disclosure on long-term investments. Then we'll look at climate disclosure, data and trends. We'll be looking at scenarios and metrics and targets. We will have set aside time for Q&A, but of course we want this workshop to be interactive, so please do feel free to ask your questions as we go, and it's a great opportunity for the facilitators also to take a bit of a breath and a break in responding to your questions. We've got some questions for you, which we'll be raising during some online polls, where we'll ask you to complete a few multiple choice options. Again, that is helpful for us to understand, what's of specific interest to you, and also it can guide our presenters as to knowing, to what extent they need to focus on specific elements of what they'll be presenting. We're aiming for a 4:30 p.m. close. If we do our job well, we might be able to finish a bit earlier. But this is a full day workshop, so we hope that you'll be able to stay with us for the full duration of today's workshop. In the event that you might need to leave early, please won't you just make a note of that in the chat function, and whether we can expect you to be returning, because obviously we can't proceed with a workshop if we only have 2 people in the workshop during certain time sessions. So I'm going to take a few minutes just to introduce the UK Pact, which is the Partnering for Accelerated Climate Transitions project. It's an initiative or a project supported by the United Kingdom government, the UK government, and it's an international program which has got a 60 million pound budget, which of course is very nice in rand terms. Unfortunately, it's not all allocated to South African projects, and we'll go into that in a bit more detail. This program is a program that's been running since 2018 and will be running until next year. And the program is run under the UK's Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy through the UK's International Climate Finance function. The UK is hosting COP later this year, and of course there's a lot of focus on COP and government responsibilities in terms of meeting our climate ambitions. So with that, the UK Pact is supporting the achievement of nationally determined contributions and the long-term goal of the 2015 Paris Agreement to limit dangerous climate change. It's a demand-driven program, and it adjusts the focus areas of the program based on partner countries' needs and sectoral priorities. So on the next slide, I think we'll be presenting on the sectoral priorities for South Africa UK Pact, which may differ from some of the other markets like Mexico or India, which are supported by UK Pact. So UK Pact seeks to achieve the project objectives by working with partner countries to improve both the capacity and capability of key institutions, such as regulators or the financial sector more broadly, to reduce emissions and to foster inclusive economic growth. It's also key to the project and to UK Pact to address barriers and constraints to clean growth, as well as pursuing opportunities for greater climate ambition. So the country programs where UK Pact is currently active include China, Colombia, Malaysia, Mexico, and South Africa. And again, in each of these countries, it's a demand-driven process led by local project partners in country in these various countries, supported by UK Pact and the British High Commission entities in those countries. The UK Pact also supports a Green Recovery Challenge Fund, which supports innovative capacity building projects in a wide range of overseas development area eligible countries, such as South Africa, to promote emissions reductions and low carbon solutions. And then lastly, UK Pact also supports skill shares and secondments, which could be both short-term or long-term, where there's an opportunity for an exchange of information and expertise via skills shares and secondments between the UK and between key institutions in some of the partner country programs. So focusing more on the South Africa UK Pact country program, of which this particular project is part of it, and it falls under the sustainable finance theme. The UK Pact has committed more than £3 million of funding across 10 projects in South Africa, and those projects are either within the sustainable finance theme, sustainable transport, and energy. And these programs are all available via the more information about the program, as well as the projects that are supported by South Africa UK Pact are available via the South Africa UK Pact website, and the link is there on the screen. Also, just to mention, the project enjoys the full support of the British High Commission in South Africa, and we've been pleased to have participation from the British High Commission in a number of our webinars and workshops to date. And we're very grateful for their active involvement and support. This project has been on the go since earlier this year. And so we already have a number of outputs and deliverables which are available as open source resources. And you can find those via the DNA Economics website link on the page under the climate disclosure subsection of the website. There you'll find, and I'll go to that on the next slide. I think we've omitted to include it on that slide, but there you can find the climate-related financial disclosure fact sheets that have been produced. You can also find 2 reports which are looking at the state of climate-related financial disclosure in South Africa as well as internationally. And then all of the webinars that we hosted in the last month, which were all related to climate-related financial disclosure and investment. We focused on 4 themes. So we had 8 webinars, 2 webinars per theme, with the 2 webinars being a repeat webinar option. And so we've been able to record each of those webinars. The slide decks from each of those webinars are also available for download via the DNA website resource link. So we encourage you to follow that and to make use of those resources. One of the other resources that we've developed to date has been a fairly easy reading trustee publication or trustee focused publication under the Atleha brand, where we introduce climate risk and investment, and we highlight important considerations for retirement fund board of trustees to consider when it comes to trying to unpack climate risk and how it will potentially impact on your investment portfolios. I see we've had a few comments in the chat function. Let me just have a look what's there. Okay, it's just Safaku who's loading the various resources. So please do have a look there, and please, you are welcome to share those resource links very widely. Something else to mention is that we have formal Cpd accreditation for today's workshop and the other workshop in the series. So if you're able to stay with us for the full workshop, we're pleased that we can offer you 6 Batseta CPD hours as CPD credits. And if you'd like to claim those CPD hours, all we need from you is your full names and your ID number. And if you can send that to Safaku, and you've got his email address in the correspondence. So again, if you know other colleagues from your fund that would also be interested in joining, please encourage them to sign up for the next in this workshop series, which I think is taking place on the 21st of September, also a full day workshop. So moving on to a project overview, going into a little bit more detail around this specific South Africa UK Pact funded project. This particular project that the project partners are working on is a project that seeks to address the barriers to both the disclosure of TCFD related information, so climate related financial disclosure information, as well as analysis and reporting of this information. And again, this is both to manage climate risk as a risk, but also to explore opportunities that climate change presents to investors. And this is all aligned to the International Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which is seeing increasing focus and uptake in all markets, with a number of governments and regulators moving in the direction of making TCFD disclosures for insurance companies, retirement funds, asset managers, etc., compulsory over a period of time. So our project team, and I think on the next slide we'll speak to the project team, combines both South African as well as international best practice experience in this broader area, both from an ESG or environmental, social and governance perspective, as well as from a climate change policy perspective and climate change risk perspective. So I'm sure you're looking forward to meeting with some members of the team and some of our other partners, both South African and international, who may not be joining us today in today's workshop, you can tap into their thought leadership and expertise via a number of the resources that have been developed and which are available via the DNA Economics website. So the objective of our specific project is to speed up the use and availability of detailed, useful, and timeous climate-related disclosures in investment decision-making in South Africa. As you may know, South African companies have long been regarded as leaders when it comes to integrated reporting, the consideration of environmental, social, and governance factors, the triple bottom line, reporting and accounting frameworks that have ensued with the likes of the King governance codes, as well as the Johannesburg Stock Exchange listing requirements. And climate risk and disclosure on climate-related financial disclosure is really just the next, the next step in building on that strong foundation. So through the program, through the project, we want to supplement and enhance the impact of related initiatives by focusing on the TCFD framework and its uptake by South African companies and investors. The initial focus of this project is on transition risk, and specifically the impacts of transition risk on a listed equity portfolio, and the resultant impact on South African asset managers and pension funds, based on the transition risk lens. But the intention in a future phase of this project, if we are lucky to have an extension of the project, is to look at other asset classes beyond listed equity, as well as not just the transition risk, but the physical risk elements as well. And so we are likely touching on physical risk as well in this initial project phase, but the main focus area is on transition risk. So as the world transitions to a low carbon economy, what is the potential impact on high carbon companies, such as companies in the extractives industry or power generation, logistics, transport? What is the potential impact of that on a South African pension fund portfolio, and how are asset managers tilting or aligning their portfolios for a low carbon future? Again, we will be addressing physical risk in more detail in hopefully a subsequent phase of this project. This is a demand-led project as well, so the project is really receptive to feedback and input from project stakeholders such as yourselves, and so we really do invite feedback and comment on work that's been produced to date, as well as specifically a toolkit that is currently under development that will hopefully be a toolkit for use by asset managers and retirement funds and asset consultants, which will help with the application of the TCFD recommendations, irrespective of whether you're a pension fund or an asset manager or an asset consultant. And we especially would value feedback on the toolkit. To briefly introduce our project partners as part of this project consortium responsible for delivering this specific South Africa-UK Pact funded project. The project is being led by DNA Economics. They're based in Pretoria. They've been around since 2004, and they are an economic and development consulting company, which has got a climate change practice, which has been around for a number of years. And DNA Economics has been quite involved in advising and supporting government through the Department of Environmental Affairs and Forestry over the years around the South African government's climate change response, but also consulting to the private sector in that regard as well. DNA Economics works quite closely with the other firm that I'm about to announce. That's the Greenhouse. The Greenhouse is a Cape Town-based sustainability consulting firm, and they have worked with a number of clients, both public and private, across Africa and the Middle East, helping them with carbon footprinting and quantitative assessment and modeling on a variety of kind of client platforms, You know, they're certainly, along with DNA Economics, an expert when it comes to climate risk and the metrics around managing that, both from a management perspective, but also from a policy perspective. Vivid Economics is our international partner. They've been around since 2006, and they've got offices in London, Amsterdam, and Washington, more than 120 employees. And Vivid Economics and one of their subsidiary companies, Planetrix, has been one of the early leaders in advising and working with large financial institutions like banks and asset managers, helping them integrate climate risk into their kind of investment strategies. And we are benefiting from their modeling expertise around climate scenarios. And if you are interested in learning more about climate scenarios, we have an afternoon workshop taking place later this month on the 30th of September, which Vivid Economics will be leading, and they will be introducing climate scenarios and modeling. And if you're interested in that, please do register to join us for that workshop. WWF South Africa probably needs very little introduction, but WWF is one of the world's largest and leading non-profit organizations, assisting you know, with the conservation of the natural environment. Six Capitals has, for the last number of years, had a partnership agreement in place with WWF South Africa, and we've certainly benefited from being able to draw on the sustainable finance expertise of Seren and a number of his colleagues in some of the client projects that we've undertaken. So Seren will be presenting to us on you know, introduction to climate change, and we're sure to hear more about some of the projects that WWF South Africa is supporting during Seren's presentation and facilitation today. Last but not least, Six Capitals, where Melanie Smith and I work. We're an ESG and impact advisory business. We're part of the Alternative Prosperity Group, having been established as a division of Alternative Prosperity back in 2017. And we work with both non-profit but also private sector clients, mostly in the financial sector, on helping them with their ESG integration strategies, ESG and impact reporting, and also education and training on projects such as this, as well as training and facilitating on consumer financial education initiatives through the brand Atleha-edu, which itself has been registered as a non-profit entity. So I think that's enough for introducing the various project partners. You're welcome to visit the various project partner websites for more information on the full teams behind each of these partners. And yeah, we've certainly enjoyed working together with each of these project partners. So there's a few opportunities to engage with the project. From a project governance perspective, we have a steering committee and an advisory group which have been established. Our steering committee consists of BATSETA, so the Retirement Fund Industry Association, BATSETA, as well as the Investment Industry Association of South Africa, CISA, as well as the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. So our steering committee meets every so often, every couple of months, just to make sure that we're on track in terms of our project outputs and deliverables. And they also support the project partner team with strategic guidance and support as necessary. We also have a very broad-based advisory group in place. The advisory group also meets every so often, every few months. You'll see some of the names there: BASA, Banking Association of South Africa, National Treasury, the IFC, Just Share, National Business Initiative, and a number of other mostly financial sector stakeholders are part of our advisory group. And there's an opportunity for advisory group partners to also provide input into project outputs and where we need to focus in terms of some of the project deliverable. For general stakeholders, there are a number of ways to engage with the project. Such as today, we're hosting this full-day virtual workshop. As I've mentioned earlier, last month we had a number of webinars which were open to the public. We will also be going into a subsequent phase of best practice training workshops, which will be highlighting, best practice when it comes to climate-related financial disclosures. We'll also be doing training in scenario planning and modeling, and we'll also be piloting the toolkit that is being developed. So hopefully this, if you're joining us for the first time today, this will be the first of many such similar engagements before the end of this calendar year, and hopefully into the new year with, potentially an extension of this project. So without going into too much detail, some of the kind of key legs of this project are capacity building and awareness raising. And so today's workshop is a foundational workshop. It's about capacity building, sharing information and knowledge at the foundational level. And going forward, we will have more advanced workshops, which will go into a little bit more detail and granularity. We'll also be providing a TCFD analysis and reporting toolkit, as mentioned, and that toolkit will be an open source toolkit that will hopefully help South African financial sector stakeholders be able to apply the recommendations of TCFD in a South Africa specific context, making use of some of those resources available within the toolkit. And then lastly, best practice examples, showcasing both emerging South African leadership from a TCFD reporting and integration perspective, but also benefiting from some of the international best practice examples from those financial sector firms that have been doing this perhaps a few years longer than South African entity. So broadly, we've got 3 work streams for the project. The work streams are interlinked and connected, and the project team certainly collaborates across these various work streams and project outputs. And we've developed a number of publications and resources, which, as mentioned, are available via the DNA website. On the right of the page, you'll see the Atleha publication, which is intended for trustees and, trustees and let's say non-finance experts. And that's also available at no charge, also available via the DNA website or via the Atleha website. You'll see that Vivid Economics has put together a report on climate-related disclosures for financial institutions, taking a global view on the state of uptake of this type of climate-related financial disclosure and examples of good practice. In South Africa, and looking from a South African perspective, DNA Economics has looked at more the domestic uptake of the TCFD framework and examples of local good practice. And then Six Capitals has developed 54 or 55 climate risk fact sheets, which have looked at the public disclosure of 55 of the largest listed companies on the JSE who are carbon intensive and have the kind of highest market cap by market size. And those are all available via the DNA website. And we're actually going to be doing an exercise together later in the workshop where we'll introduce you practically to each of these fact sheets. So these are all available via the website, and we'd encourage you to make use of them and to share them very widely. Now, before we hand over to Seren, I just want to check in terms of our participants, and hopefully we've had a few more join us since I got going. It looks like that's indeed the case. Perhaps what I can ask is, it seems there might have been a little bit of a mix-up with one of the links that were shared for joining today's workshop. So as much as I love Safaku, we've got quite a few Safaku Matibes in today's workshop, and we'd love to be able to call you by your proper name. So if you can rename yourself, not through a pseudonym like Safaku, but rather your full name, or at least your first name, you should be able to, on the tile where your name is, if you hover over the tile where your name is and you click on those 3 dots, you can go right to the bottom of the options. It says rename. If you can just rename yourself, if your name is currently Safaku Matibe, Safaku, you should probably keep your own name, but we'd love to know and be able to speak to you using your proper name. And that will also be helpful when it comes to asking questions, posing comments, and just, facilitating strong engagement during today's workshop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask each of our presenters just to provide a brief introduction to themselves. And then what we're going to do is hopefully by then people have had a chance to rename themselves. What I'd like to request is that we do a quick round of introductions, and we'd like to know who you are. So name and surname, your role. So are you a trustee or a organized labor coordinator or shop steward? Are you a consultant to a retirement fund? Are you from the fund manager community? We'd just love to know your name, your role, and then the organization that you're representing, or if you're here in your personal capacity. So if you could start thinking about that, that would be good. Maybe let me just let me pounce on Seren and ask Seren just to provide a brief interview of himself, just a brief introduction. Then we'll do Melanie, and then we'll ask Safaku, and then I'll start asking people in the audience just to introduce themselves. You don't need to put your video on. If you're comfortable to do so, it would be great to see you as you introduce yourself. But if you'd rather just introduce yourself verbally, that's also perfectly fine. Seren, please just take a minute or two to introduce yourself and anything that you'd like to share with us. Thanks.
Thanks, Adrian, and good morning, everyone. My name is Seren Madre. I'm from Wwf South Africa. I work as an investment analyst, part of the sustainable finance team. Our focus is on all things sustainable finance, from green financial solutions to environmental risk management tools to education and best practice and projects like these. It's been great to be part of this project so far, and WWF has been working closely with Six Capitals and Alternative Prosperity for a number of years now. So we're quite happy to welcome you all to this webinar, and thanks for the opportunity to speak and engage with you all. As Adrian mentioned, this is a workshop and not a webinar. So if you have any questions for me or any of the panelists, please just pop it in the chat or raise your hand whenever you need some clarity. But nice to be here, and good morning again. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Seren, for that introduction. Melanie, over to you.
Thanks, Adrian and Seren. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to have you with us this morning. I'm looking forward to sharing the day with you guys. Yeah, and my name is Melanie Smith. I work at Six Capitals together with Adrian and Safaku, and we do a lot of work, like Seren said, together. I'm head of research and reporting, so my main focus is working on exactly projects like this, as well as working with our corporate clients around ESG advisory, mainly focused on their annual reporting needs and so forth. Yeah, so that's basically in a nutshell where I am. Thanks, Adrian.
Thank you, Melanie. Safaku, let's hear from you, the real Safaku.
Good morning, everyone. Apologies. It turns out that my neighbors decided to start gardening. So if you hear the what do you call this, the saw or whatever in the background, I'm sorry, they should be done soon. So I'm Safaku. I'm I guess the newest member of the team, but not really anymore because I've been working here for quite a number of years. So I'm with Melanie within the research and reporting division of Six Capitals. So I just assist with all the research that we sort of going to be discussing today. So I was part of that, and yeah, and then I'm also just doing the support for this webinar. So I'm excited to be with you guys. I'm excited to hear from you and everything. So yay.
Thanks very much, Safaku. We hope that your neighbor's garden service doesn't take too long, because we know that you'll be presenting a bit later today. Yeah, for those of you who may have joined after we started at 9, I'm Adrian Bertrand. I work at Six Capitals Advisory with Melanie and Safaku. My background is education, and then after an MBA got involved in kind of responsible investment research, and I've spent some time working at the UN Principles for Responsible Investment. I have also spent a number of years working at the Government Employees Pension Fund, about 10 years ago setting up their ESG team within the investment division, and then had the opportunity in 2017 to partner with Alternative Prosperity to set up Six Capitals Advisory. Through Six Capitals Advisory, I'm supporting CISA, providing secretariat support to the CRISA committee, and the CRISA committee is currently reviewing the CRISA code to help it keep pace with international developments. And we are very optimistic that we'll be able to launch a new CRISA code early in the new year at the latest. So happy to answer any questions around that when there's an opportunity during today's conversations. So with that, we've introduced ourselves as the project team who will be facilitating and presenting during today's workshop. If you don't mind, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go down the list as I have it in terms of the attendees today. And I'm going to just ask you by name, if you don't mind unmuting yourself. If you are happy to show your face, it would be great to see your face when you introduce yourself. If we can just ask you to, again, introduce yourself, name and surname, your role, who are you representing, the organization that you represent, and then perhaps if you want to add anything else around, what led to you joining us today for today's workshop, and is there anything specifically that you'd like to benefit from today's workshop? Please feel free to also add that comment as well. So I'm just going down my list, and the first name that pops up, I don't know if it's because it's alphabetical, but Andrew. Andrew, you don't have a surname on the list here, but I'm sure you do in real life. We'd love to meet you.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Michael. I'm not sure if you can see me. I work for Organized Labor. The organization I work for is the South African Typographical Union. We organize in the printing and packaging industry. And I'm a trustee on the pension and provident funds for SATU as well. So yeah, and I'm really interested in this topic. I think it's important that we leave a proper legacy for our kids and the next generation. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Andrew, and great to have SATU represented today, and hopefully you'll benefit from joining today and can apply some of the learning in the environment of your pension and provident fund responsibilities as well as SATU responsibilities. So thanks very much, Andrew, for that introduction. Next on my list is Frank Ngomalo. Frank, I think Frank from Fiducia, if I'm correct.
Yes, you are correct, and thank you for hearing me. So I'm from Fiducia. I'm the Media and Research Officer. So my background before coming to Fiducia was journalism. So I studied journalism at Wits University, and I've worked for various newspapers, the Sunday Times, the Star, SABC, This Day, yeah, and Business Day also for a short time. So for climate change is very important for Fiducia because we're actually working on a climate change policy, which we're going to launch in about a month's time at our Congress, 7th Congress. And we've been, since last year, we've been running workshops for various sectors of the economy. We've had a transport sector workshop, energy, we've had water, and we have had mining. And in general, how teaching people about the carbon footprint, especially for government departments, because we have also got affiliates in the government, like the PS said, they are across all government departments. And also SATU is one of our affiliates, and I'm glad to be on this platform, and I think I'm going to benefit a lot.
Thank you very much, Frank. It's great to have FEDUSA represented today, and you're quite right. Through the Public Servants Association, FEDUSA represents, almost most of South African civil servants. So we look forward to learning from you, Frank, in terms of some of the workshops that you've been running on behalf of FEDUSA, and we'd love to learn more about that forthcoming climate policy that FEDUSA is working on, as well as the conference that you'll be hosting at which the policy will be launched. So Frank, great to have you representing FEDUSA in today's workshop. Then I see on my list it's Hubert Danso, also somebody very familiar with workshops and kind of public fora. Hubert, do you mind introducing yourself?
Yes, happy to, Adrian, and good morning, everybody. As Adrian said, my name is Hubert Danso. I wear a number of different hats. I am the CEO and chairman of an institution called Africa Investor, which is an institutional infrastructure investment platform for African pension and sovereign wealth funds. I also chair the African Union's institutional investor platform called the Continental Business Network and the African Sovereign Wealth and Pension Fund Leaders Forum. And I also chair the advisory board for the newly established African Green Infrastructure Investment Bank Initiative, which is a collaboration between African heads of state and ministers of finance and African pension and sovereign wealth fund leaders to create an investment platform to support the climate transition, the green transition, and all of the stated, Paris Agreement, SDG 7, and net zero goals. Internationally, I also chair the CFA New York's Global Asset Owners Council, and I sit on the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles's Accounting for Sustainability Advisory Board. And what else? I'm also on the Just Transition Advisory Group for the World Benchmarking Alliance. And I think that's really as much as I would share at the moment, but really looking forward to all the important discussions that will be taking place. We are at the African Union level, working closely with the asset owner community. We are working very hard to ensure that as we take over the hosting of COP27, which, as many of you know, COP27 will be hosted in Africa next year, we certainly believe it should be a platform for asset owners to provide the leadership, because of the reality being that there is no, and it's very well acknowledged and documented, there is no single pathway to any net zero scenario without the exponential increase in allocations from our asset owner community on the one hand, and then the need for an unprecedented level of speed to be able to deploy that capital. So that's the area of interest that we have from the asset owner community, to be able to create that environment and that better alignment between our private capital and public finance mandates, which we would hope could swell a bit more to be more catalytic and accommodating to some of our investment policy statement needs and risk-adjusted return criteria. Thank you.
Hubert, thank you so much for joining us today. And it certainly sounds like there's a lot of touch points around today's agenda. And we'd welcome your input and comments as we go. Can't agree with you more. We need our asset owners, both domestic and international, to really drive the uptake of allocation to green and clean assets, for the just transition that's required. And we're glad to hear that there is so much interest and traction in those various bodies that you mentioned in driving this transition. So thank you very much for joining, and we look forward to your contribution today.
And thank you very much, Adrian. So I have an advisory board meeting today, so I'll be jumping off, but very much looking forward to the proponent of this program that I can attend, and then of course hopefully receiving the link to the full workshop at a later stage. Thank you.
Super. Thanks so much for letting us know, Hubert. Much appreciated. So we've heard from Hubert. Then I think next on my alphabetical list is Lena. Lena, I don't think there's a surname yet, but Lena, if you could take a minute or two to introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning. I'm Lena Giane. I'm from the organized labor. I'm from the organized labor. I'm representing DINOSA, the Democratic Nursing Organization. You know, anything that speaks to climate change, it would be something that affects the communities, affects every living creature that is there. As a result, it affects nursing, because the end product of everything ends with the health of the communities. That is number one. So we are really more interested in this one, including the investment. You would know what is happening to most public servants after retirement age or after they've lost their jobs. So as a result, as labor movement, we want to learn more so that at the end of the day, we will be in a position to equip people we are leading. Thank you very much.
Lena, thank you so much. It's great to have you here representing DINOSA. I'm sure I speak for everybody in the workshop. You know, thank you to yourself and your colleagues, our frontline workers, with this COVID-19 pandemic and the risks and the responsibilities that you've had to assume over the last 2 years. We salute and thank you. And we love to hear your respective inputs in terms of the community impacts of climate change, and specifically how it impacts on women and children and the marginalized. That is a key focus for UK Pact, not only in terms of the South African project, but globally, considering how gender equity and social inclusion considerations can be further unpacked and explored through a climate risk lens. So thank you very much, Lena. We're grateful that you could join us today. Next on my list is Piet Swart. Piet, we'd love to hear from you, please. Piet may have just stepped off for a minute. Piet, are you able to unmute yourself if you're on the line? Otherwise, we can move on to the next name.
Okay, there it is. It's fine.
Great.
Thank you. I'm Piet Swart from United National Transport Union, UNTU. I'm an executive councillor for the organized labor. I'm a train driver by trade. Became a shop steward by that time in 2000. 2013 became an executive councillor member of the organization. And up until now, I'm there. And I was asked to join you guys today in this meeting from the General Secretary of the Organized Labor and UNTU, and then so I will be interested in getting information and sharing the information with the colleagues out there, and what is all the pension funds and the retirement funds all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Piet. Also great to have you join us today and representing UNTU. Again, I think there's a great opportunity in terms of public transport infrastructure in addressing climate change. We need to be getting away from one person in their private vehicle heading to work. The pandemic, I guess, has been good in some sense to reducing unnecessary travel, etc. But we also recognize the impact of that on certain sectors of the economy. So Piet, we'd love to have your views and inputs into some of the discussion points during today's workshop. Thanks for joining us. After Piet, it's Pindile Masilo. Pindile, we'd love to hear who you are and who do you represent and what's brought you to today's workshop. Pindile.
Good morning. I was about to write on the chat, but I need to leave at 10 for just 15 minutes, but I will join again soon. I'm Pindile Masilo. I'm with the National Nuclear Regulator. I'm the Chief Audit Executive there, but I'm also a member of the Retirement Fund, which is administered by Sanlam Simeka. So I normally get the Atleha publications, and I was very much interested in the subject. Please don't ask me anything about nuclear.
Thank you so much, Pindele. It's great to have someone from the regulatory environment, join us today. And the media plays a critically important role in raising awareness around climate and climate risk. So we look forward to your own contribution and comments, and great to hear that you're reading our Atleha publication, and people can sign up to read that publication online. There's no cost. You're welcome to share the PDF versions of the publication, liberally with friends as well, friends and colleagues. Thanks, Pindile. Next up we have, and it's quite a few names, so Royal Alderans Duduza Kosana. And perhaps please help us which name you would prefer that we use.
Good morning, everyone. Duduza is fine, thank you. My computer picks up all my names because that's how I registered. Yes, I'm an independent trustee for several, mostly umbrella funds, and I participate in the investment committees and audit and finance committees, mostly in those funds. And I would like to equip myself with this topical matter to make sure that my contribution to the boards that I sit on is effective, and it helps the boards to make informed decisions regarding impact investing, disclosures, and the ability of my funds to make a difference in the communities in South Africa, in the various communities in South Africa. And that is the reason I am here. And I also do get the Atleha-edu publications, and I share that with my fellow board members, and I encourage them to also participate where possible. So this will broaden my knowledge and make me a more effective board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Duduza. We're very glad to hear that you also benefit from the Atleha publications. Great that we've got an independent trustee such as yourself in today's workshop. Independent trustees have got a critically important role in often providing that independent view at Board of Trustee meetings. And so we'd love to hear, without you speaking out of the boardroom, but to what extent ESG issues and climate risk are being debated at Board of Trustee level. I think there's a tremendous responsibility on the shoulders of boards of trustees to drive further focus on climate risk. And I think, asset managers would also appreciate greater guidance from their clients around, their specific views and requirements as it comes to managing and addressing climate risk. So, Duduza, great to have you join us for today's workshop. Just moving down my list now. Okay, I've got two Safakus. So I'm going to just prompt someone I'm asking you to unmute. If I'm asking you to unmute, I don't know if you can see that on your screen. But the first Safaku, if you could introduce yourself with your real name, please. I'm going to just put a quick direct message to this Safaku, just asking, can you introduce yourself, please? So if you've got that message, would you mind just quickly introducing yourself, please? Okay, while we wait for the two Safakus to introduce themselves, let's move on to the last name that I have, and that is Vanessa Vinay. Vanessa, would you mind introducing yourself, please?
Morning, everyone. My name is Vanessa. I'm here in my own personal capacity. I have an interest in financial reporting beyond stewardship, and this whole tick box disclosure approach that most providers seem to promote.
Thanks very much, Vanessa. You know, we need to move away from tick box approaches to compliance on matters as important as climate risk. So we're glad to hear that it's a personal interest of yours, and you know, please do contribute to some of the discussion and the debate during today's workshop. So I think with that, unless the two Safakus, who unfortunately we need to still rename with your proper names, unless one of you are in a position to, both of you are able to introduce yourselves, I think we're going to move on with the program. And you're welcome to introduce yourselves later, unless you can unmute now. The benefits of anonymity. So with that, I think thank you so much to each of you that have been able to introduce yourselves and just provide us with a little bit of background information as to why you're here and who you represent. Please do make use of the opportunity to ask questions, to make comments, and we certainly look forward to having some good discussion, either verbally and audibly like we've just had with the introductions, or please make use of the chat function. We'd love to hear from you. So now it's an opportunity for me to hand over to Seren Marjore from WWF South Africa. He's going to start us off with I'm going to just stop sharing. Seren will start us off with a short 60-second video, which will be introducing climate change in 60 seconds. It's a bit like that elevator pitch where you need to be able to kind of convey the important aspects in 60 seconds, or you miss the opportunity. And then Seren will take us through, you know, the basics, the 1, 2, 3s of climate change. I don't see my program agenda now, but we will be having a break, I think, at 10:40. So that gives us about another 30 minutes, 35 minutes to go until the first comfort break, coffee break. So thank you very much, Seren. We look forward to what you have to share with us this morning.
Thank you, Adrian. Good morning, everyone, again. As Adrian mentioned, we like to give some one-on-ones on what climate change means. The thing is, many people have heard about climate change, but there are some foundational concepts that we want to introduce to you all. Some may be more familiar with climate change, while some may be less familiar with climate change. So I think there's a mix of people on the call today. So this session is meant to help bring those on who might be a bit further behind with some introductory information on climate change, as this is a foundational workshop, and we will be moving more and more into detail and progressing as we go along. So it's good to have the basics and understand the basics as we progress through to today. So I'm going to start off with a video. So hopefully this all works fine.
As the sun's rays reach the Earth's surface, some are absorbed and re-emitted as heat. Greenhouse gases, such as water vapor and carbon dioxide, absorb and re-radiate some of this heat. Increased amounts of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere mean more heat is trapped, warming the Earth. Human activities, especially the burning of fossil fuels, have increased concentrations of atmospheric carbon dioxide by 40%, mainly since 1900. Global average surface temperature has increased by 0.8 degrees Celsius over that time. Other changes to the climate in recent decades can be seen in the warming of the oceans, a rise in sea level, decreasing snow and ice cover in the Northern Hemisphere, and a decline in sea ice in the Arctic. If emissions continue unchecked, then further warming of 2.6 to 4.8 degrees Celsius would be expected by the end of this century. Even at the low end, this would have serious implications for human societies and the natural world. For more information about climate change from leading science academies, please visit royalsociety.org/climatechange or nas-sites.org/americasclimatechoices.
Cool. So that's just a quick introduction into climate change, and we're going to explore some of those concepts in a bit more detail in the next couple of slides. So starting off with why climate change is important, why worry about it. This is a chart that's taken from the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report. As you can see highlighted there, the top risks is climate action failure. And this graph, or these climate action failure, has been coming up as a top risk for a number of years now. And this is not something new, but if I just highlight all the areas where climate change is linked to this chart and what's top of mind for business leaders and other leaders globally, you see that climate change is occurring quite a number of times on this heat map for risks, top risk by likelihood and top risk by impact. Many would have seen this graph before, and it's been shown a number of years now, but it's important to highlight that there's a number of risks, and these are increasingly top of mind of business leaders and political leaders globally and locally. But for us today, it's important to get a grip on what are greenhouse gases. I think the video mentioned this, talking about greenhouse gases being emitted by human activity, and this is trapping heat in the Earth's atmosphere. But one level below this is, the different scopes of greenhouse gas emission, and this is part of defining greenhouse gas emissions, or GHGs. And greenhouse gases include carbon-based gases such as carbon dioxide, methane, and we'll discuss a bit more of them later. But the scope 1 greenhouse gases, these are activities that are directly under the control of a company. Scope 2 greenhouse gases are the indirect emissions from a company purchasing electricity or using electricity for their products and services. And scope 3 are the indirect emissions from activities of a company from sources they do not control. So example, business travel, procurement. Example, let's say you buy a can of paint. The emissions associated with that can of paint are part of scope 3 because you bought the paint, therefore you're responsible for that paint. So if you can extrapolate that out to other procurement activities. So it's good to have an understanding of greenhouse gas emissions, what they are, and then what are scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions, because there are various levels of greenhouse gas emissions that companies emit. And these are important for reporting purposes, also important for risk management purposes. What are the sources and sinks of carbon emissions? So here we see fossil fuels in industry is a major source of emissions. Land use change is also a major source of emissions. So agriculture, forestry, those kinds of activities in those kinds of businesses are also contributing quite significantly to climate change. But there are also carbon sinks, like the land. They sequester or store carbon that's emitted from the atmosphere. So CO2 that's emitted gets absorbed by trees and other plants and it's stored in the land. And as the video also showed, that the ocean is a carbon sink. So the ocean absorbs quite a lot of carbon out of the atmosphere. And a healthy ocean is, and a functioning ocean is important for balance of life, not from just a carbon perspective. So these are the sources and sinks, well-known sources and sinks. If we are talking about fossil fuels, energy, as shown on the previous slide, it's probably the biggest source of carbon emissions is from our energy that we procure. So this map is showing the different countries and the fossil fuel reserves within those countries. So if we had to mine or extract all of the fossil fuels shown in this graph in various countries, we would emit way more carbon than we could, than the natural system could absorb. And this would further exacerbate the problems of climate change. This is why the fossil fuel industry and the energy sector is so important in the discussion for climate change. Because, and this slide shows it again, if you look at the different industries that contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, this is a slide from the National Business Initiative. They've kind of put together where the total emissions are coming from. And if you see this, electric production is the biggest one, and then it's petrochemicals, followed by the other sectors. And you can see electricity production by far is the greatest source of carbon emissions being emitted into the atmosphere. Why is 1.5 degrees an important target? So the Paris Agreement, which many may be familiar with, was talking about a 2-degree target. Countries came together, agreed at the Paris, the Conference of the Parties, that we need to work together to solve the issue of climate change, and we need to prevent warming, to stop it from going over 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. So what was the temperature pre-industrial civilization? And that, that's the baseline. And we're now on a path, we're over 1 degree above that. I think it's around 1.3 or 1.2 degrees above that. So we're on that trajectory of breaching 1.5 quite soon. And this slide is showing what the impact of 2 degrees will be on extreme weather, water availability, sea level rises, Arctic sea ice, a lot of the things that were shown in the video earlier on. This slide is highlighting again with a bit more stats, and it's a bit scarier when you see that, 2 degrees is 170% increase in flood risk versus a 1.5, which is 100%. So things are looking bleak, and the need for urgent action is growing. And the special report by the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the UNIPCC, this was released a couple of years ago, stressing the need for targeting 1.5, stressing the need for urgent action, because as you can see here on this slide, the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees is quite scary. It's also worth noting that South Africa is warming faster than the global average. So we're on a trajectory that, could be much worse than this, which is quite scary if you consider the fact that we're already a water scarce country, and that, the people that will be most affected by climate change is generally the poorest of the poor. And in South Africa, we have plenty of social issues that already exist that don't need to be exacerbated anymore. This slide is showing the peak, plateau, and decline, because we are emitting carbon emissions all the time, and it's still increasing, right? So the amount of carbon emissions every year that's going to the atmosphere is increasing. What we need to see is that carbon emissions kind of plateau, so we stop increasing emissions, and then we need to see them decline. So as we approach net zero, so there we need to start seeing a plateau, and then from a plateau to get to zero here. And what does net zero mean? It means that we're emitting carbon, which we have to do. It's impossible not to emit carbon, but we also need to be sucking that out of the atmosphere and storing it, either through carbon capture storage technology or through reforestation, afforestation. There's different mechanisms that you can use to get to that point where we're sucking out more carbon than we're emitting. And that's kind of the trajectory we need to put ourselves on. What's beneath this line is our carbon budget. All those black clouds there that you see, that's the amount of carbon that we have left to emit to avoid a scenario where we reach that 1.5 degree or that 2 degree target. So net zero by 2050 is important. We can only use so much of carbon, that's our carbon budget, and the need for action is quite important. So this again is talking about our carbon budget from the slide before, and to stabilize at 1.5 degree Celsius, for a 67% chance, we can't emit more than 400 gigatons of CO2 ever. So it's hard to conceptualize what 400 gigatons of CO2 is, but if you think about the emissions from 2018 as a baseline, we only have 12 years left of that to have a 67% chance of not reaching that target or stabilizing at 1.5 degree. So we're now in that position in that decade where urgent action on climate change is needed because our carbon budget is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I mean, 12 years in the greater scheme of things is really nothing. For a 50% chance, there's a bit more, we can, the budget is increased a little bit. But again, this is quite scary because it's the amount of carbon that we emit ever. So this is our carbon budget. On to now a poll. I also see there's a chat, a question in the chat. When we discuss forestation, can we please be very specific about appropriate endemic forestation to avoid other issues like water depletion? Absolutely. There's the issue of maladaptation. So you're doing something that's benefiting climate change, but it could be destroying something else. So there's no use putting up a solar panel if you're putting that up on a wetland. There's no use, with afforestation if you destroy natural habitats just to put up alien trees. So it's a complex scientific process that one engages on these issues. And it's not just A plus B equals C, but the solutions are out there. People are working on these things day and night. As WWF, we have firsthand sight of the scientists who are working every day in the landscapes of SA to combat deforestation, alien vegetation, and noting the impact that this has on climate change. So thanks for that question and comment, Vanessa. Very important that you raise that point. Onto a quick poll. So Spark, if you could load the poll for us quickly, please. How confident would you feel in engaging in a discussion on climate risk? So are you not confident at all? Not confident? Are you confident? Or are you very confident? So we'll give the participants a moment to enter their responses there. Okay, so some responses are coming through. We got a couple of people who are not confident or not confident at all, but there's quite a few in the room as well who are quite confident on engaging in a discussion of climate risk. So then, these kinds of issues are probably, you understand quite well. Just going to give it a couple more seconds if there's any last people that want to respond. All righty. So great, thank you all for responding to the poll. It's good to get a sense of the room. But as you can see, there's different levels of understanding of climate change and climate change risk. So hopefully this kind of discussion is helping you understand a bit more around climate change, and it's gonna help you in terms of your future engagements as well. We've got another video to play. This is on the causes and effects of climate change. So hopefully this plays well. Yeah.
Human activities, from pollution to overpopulation, are driving up the Earth's temperature and fundamentally changing the world around us. The main cause is a phenomenon known as the greenhouse effect. Gases in the atmosphere, such as water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and chlorofluorocarbons, let the sun's light in, but keep some of the heat from escaping, like the glass walls of a greenhouse. The more greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, the more heat gets trapped, strengthening the greenhouse effect and increasing the Earth's temperature. Human activities, like the burning of fossil fuels, have increased the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere by more than 1/3 since the Industrial Revolution. The rapid increase in greenhouse gases in the atmosphere has warmed the planet at an alarming rate. While Earth's climate has fluctuated in the past, atmospheric carbon dioxide hasn't reached today's levels in hundreds of thousands of years. Climate change has consequences for our oceans, our weather, our food sources, and our health. Ice sheets, such as Greenland and Antarctica, are melting. The extra water that was once held in glaciers causes sea levels to rise and spills out of the oceans, flooding coastal regions. Warmer temperatures also make weather more extreme. This means not only more intense major storms, floods, and heavy snowfall, but also longer and more frequent droughts. These changes in weather pose challenges. Growing crops becomes more difficult. The areas where plants and animals can live shift, and water supplies are diminished. In addition to creating new agricultural challenges, climate change can directly affect people's physical health. In urban areas, the warmer atmosphere creates an environment that traps and increases the amount of smog. This is because smog contains ozone particles, which increase rapidly at higher temperatures. Exposure to higher levels of smog can cause health problems such as asthma, heart disease, and lung cancer. While the rapid rate of climate change is caused by humans, humans are also the ones who can combat it. If we work to replace fossil fuels with renewable energy sources like solar and wind, which don't produce greenhouse gas emissions, we might still be able to prevent some of the worst effects of climate change.
Okay. So hopefully you learned a little bit on climate change from that section. And
you start on a journey and you never know where it's going to end. This
Human
is a story
activity.
that needs to be told.
sorry.
You face your fear because your goal demands it.
From pollution.
It's like a window into the past.
Oh, sorry about that. Just another video started playing in the background. Let me share my screen again.
Saren, while you do that, it's just adverts. You know, they always want to give us extra value for money. Not sure if anybody wants to respond to the video or have any comments on that. And those comments could be made in the chat function, or you're welcome to raise those comments audibly.
Hi, Adrian, Hubert here.
Go ahead, Hubert.
Okay, thanks. Just a very sort of quick question. I think we often talk about, the issue of managing and identifying climate risks and what we need to do to get to the sort of the net zero targets. And the perception or the area that needs clarity, I think, is to what extent have we underestimated the level of investment required to get in front of climate change as opposed to just perhaps catching up with it? Is there a clarity that you can give us or a vision that you can give us about what's actually required year on year to sort of put climate change into custody, if I can call it that, and ensure that it's restrained, going forward?
Yeah, thanks, Hubert. That's a great question. I don't have the answer for that. All I can say is that it's probably been underestimated in terms of how much money we need. I think there are some figures out there from the IFC or the World Economic Forum that's been put together. OECD might have some figures that can help you out there. But I don't have that figure top of mind. In terms of investment in mitigating or adapting to climate change, the scary thing is that, ever since the Paris Agreement, there's still been increasing amounts of investment in fossil fuels by banks, by investment houses, and that's the scary part. What we are seeing, which is quite encouraging, is a rapid increase in investments in renewable energy and other mitigation adaptation types of investment. I think in South Africa, there's that bankability side of things. Renewable energy, it's easy to make a bankable case out of that. But when it comes to biodiversity, when it comes to water management, and even the oceans, it starts to get a lot more complicated. We know that investment is needed, but how do you pay that investment off? We know that that there are limited options on the local exchanges for pension funds to make investments, or insurance companies to make investments in businesses that are kind of reducing the risks. So the need is, and the number is hard to put a precise number on that. All I can say is that there's the trend is that it's increasing, but we need more and more, and we need to counterbalance that with not investing more in extractive industries, burning fossil fuels, because as you saw from the carbon budget side, that's unsustainable. So yeah, hopefully that I don't have a number for you off the top of my head. I'm sure there are people who've done that calculation, but from my side, having the high level number, it's great. But what you really need to look for is the projects on the ground, and the supplies of capital will come. There's plenty of facilities out there that are looking to invest in these projects, but development capital often needs to leverage private sector capital, so sort of blended finance kind of space. But yeah, with green bonds increasing every day, you can check the climate bond initiative. They've got some great stats there as well. The need is urgent. The transition away from fossil fuels to renewables, from unsustainable industries towards more sustainable practices, it requires significant investment. And I think a case by case, if you're a financier, case by case is the way people have been approaching it. So I don't have the high level answer at this stage.
Okay, thanks, Zarin. That's helpful. I suppose the point I'm really trying to get to, look, from an asset owner's perspective, is that we hear statements from the likes of, Mark Carney, the big climate advisor to the British government in COP26, who has described climate change in a slightly different fashion. He's described it as the greatest investment opportunity of all time. And we just see this disconnect between the very large quantums of investment that are required and the available products in the market. So I'm really asking about the quantum of the actual investment that's required to be able to potentially map that back over to the available set of investment opportunities, to see if it's really more of a case of a lack of investment product opportunities as opposed to a financing deficit, because we know the capital is in the market. It just needs to be put to work on productive investment opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, all those points are absolutely correct. I see Melanie is going to hand up, but before I hand over to her, I just want to respond on that. Because the project side of the product side of things, in my engagements with banks, investment managers, they all have this kind of willingness to want to create products. They all have a ambition to allocate money to combating climate change. And as you say, the opportunity is massive, and TCFD is the recommendations are always what are the risks, but what are the opportunities as well. So it encourages the financial sector to not just think about the risks, but also think about the opportunities. But I think in time, people, at the moment, I think it's slow, but from my engagement with the financial sector, there's definitely a willingness to get products out there. And I see, it's not easy. And I think there's a gap in understanding in the finance sector and in the climate science space. And TCFD is kind of bringing those two worlds together, and even WWF and Six Capitals in our facilitation of dialogues and workshops such as these. It's bringing those two worlds together. So hopefully that the products will come, and that products will actually be driven by bankable projects on the ground. So it's a process. We're on that journey. I don't know what the quantum is, but the size is quite the quantum that's needed is quite sizable, and the projects that we need to fund, there's more and more projects coming every day. It's about bringing those two worlds together. So, Melanie, I saw you had your hand raised, so if you want to respond to that, you can go for it.
Yeah, Suren, so I recall with our previous, one of the, I think it was in prep for the publication that we did as part of this project, coming across a nice source that was published in Jan of this year on South Africa's climate finance landscape. And just to, Hubert, I'm not sure if this will give you an exact answer, but there are some figures. Serenity is from the IFC. So they estimate a total investment need that needed in order to cover our nationally determined contributions. In order to achieve that, we need 8.9 trillion over one 15-year time span. So that runs, they refer to 2015 to 2030. And that translates into an annual investment of 596 billion to achieve South Africa's NDCs by 2030. So I can't speak to the kind of question around product availability and so forth, but that's just speaking to our, how much is required potentially to reach that NDCs by 2030. And I've shared the link to that source for you guys in the chat box. It might be helpful, to guide you. I think the one thing that this source does kind of highlight, and I think this is kind of ongoing discussions nationally as well, is around creating that taxonomy for us. That's kind of thing, I think, one of the major things we need at this stage to be able to tag investments correctly and allocate according to those, specific tags, so that we are able to track that. That's just my kind of 5 cents worth on Hubert's question.
Thank you very much, Melanie and Seren. That was very helpful. I suppose it just always just brings us back to the point as to the extent to which we need to, as the asset owner community, wait for the market to be able to bring the products to us, or perhaps lean forward in a not so traditional way to help co-create as an asset owner community the products linked to this specific target, because we sort of hear we need X trillion, but then we end up only sort of committing to Y billion. So the problem hasn't really been arrested or put into custody. So it's but it's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Hubert. Great engagement, great questions there. I see Vanessa's put some comments in the chat. She's talking about other sources of carbon emissions that are not related to human emissions, so alternative theories that we should care as it's the result of that we need to address. And also talking about food suppliers and what they can do to be more sustainable. We use, and also mentioning about how renewables is a quick win, a flavor of the month. So we often use renewables as an example because it's easy for people to understand, but effectively there are a lots of different investment options for the transition towards a more sustainable future, which, like you touch on with Woolies, if they had a recycling plant that would reduce the plastic side. But if you were also in an industrial company, you could implement some energy efficient technology, you could reduce business travel. Working from home is one way we reduce our carbon emissions for people working in offices. And just figuring out ways to be more water efficient. The types of fertilizers that people use, the types of chemicals that people use. So we just use renewables often as an example because it's easy for people to contextualize. But there are so many different investment opportunities that one can look at when it comes to transitioning away from our current practices towards more sustainable practices. And with regard to, other causes of climate change, other sources of emissions, for example, from a volcano or wildfires, there's not much we can do to stop a volcano from emitting carbon, and there's, trees, and then, but human activity, that is something we can focus on. So yeah, it's a balance. And like that graph that was shown in the previous video, it shows that, the natural sources of carbon, yes, it fluctuates, it goes up and down, but the human-related activity that's adding to that, that's the significant one, and that's actually the one we can change, which is why we focus on that. But the climate science space and sphere is really broad. I think that there's tons of different opinions, but I think that I know that climate change is the probably greatest scientific consensus of all time. So that's the most amount of scientists are agreeing that climate change is real, that anthropogenic emissions, which is emissions caused by humans, is the cause of climate change. And that's why we need to kind of focus our efforts there. But different views and different perspectives is part of just the human society, and it's a good way to balance off our discussions. Melanie, see your hands raised.
Seren, I just want to quickly add to Vanessa's comment around kind of the renewable energy space. I think, yeah, I mean, I agree. It is certainly kind of one of the quick wins at this stage. But I think it's important to note that, I mean, in terms of large infrastructure projects relating to renewable energy, it does also carry with it it creates opportunities for social impact through large kind of employment opportunities that it creates. I'm aware that some of those are, temporary, but I think it does also have an added component to that. And I think the reason why at this stage we have that kind of big focus on renewables is because of the fact that technology in that space has at this stage reached the point where it makes economic sense from an investment perspective. And I think as companies start putting in money in R&D, and we see new technologies coming, being brought out to the market on a daily basis, we'll start to see certain sectors expanding, and probably the creation of greater investment opportunities in a variety of different sectors that doesn't, kind of only focus on that renewable energy space. So I think it's kind of something to just keep in mind. I think it does also create, it has a different or added kind of positive spin on it, or not a spin, but I mean, it does come with some additional things one can think about that addresses certain other needs that we also have at this stage in a social context. Adrian, I see your hand is up.
Sorry, it's just from a timekeeping perspective, and I know, Seren, we're kind of interrupting your presentation, but we did schedule a break for 10:40. Can I suggest that we break now, and then we don't interrupt the next part of your presentation, Seren? So should we take a 10-minute break, and maybe we can round it up to say, so let's assume it's 10:45. So if we could be back at 5 minutes to 11 for Seren then to continue with his presentation. Hopefully that can work for everybody. A quick 10-minute coffee comfort break. And maybe a good way for us to signal that we're back from the comfort break is if we can just ask you to raise your hand, or to just give a thumbs up, or if you want to just say a comment in the chat function, I'm back. That's a good way for us to know that we've got everybody back from the comfort break. So please be back at 5 minutes to 11, 10:55, and Seren will then pick up from the current slides. Thanks very much, and thanks for the interaction and the questions. That's exactly what we're wanting from today's workshop. Thank you, and we'll see you in 10 minutes.
All right. Hi, everyone. Hope you had a good break. I think it's we shall continue. If you're back, we're going to go on with just more concepts on climate change and what climate change risks are. And two of the most important climate change risks are physical and transition risks. So I think with the responses to the polls before, we know that many people are familiar with climate change risks, but just for a brief touching briefly on physical and transition risks for those who are maybe less familiar. Physical risks are those from flooding, drought, extreme heat, sea level rise, wildfires, and I think we've spoken a lot about that. Transitional risk, which is a lot of where the focus on this project lies, is more around changes in policy, changes in new technology, or liabilities resulting from potential poor behavior. And all this has the potential to have a financial impact. So you could have a disruption to business activities, whether it be through your supply chain or your own business. There could be physical damage to assets or changes in demands for services or products, and specific liabilities, which we are seeing now. Many courts, are holding fossil fuel companies or big polluters accountable for their impact on the environment. So we're seeing more and more liability risks play out in their life. Physical risks, again, refer to how physical impacts of climate change may impact the financial performance of an entity now and in the future. Similarly, transition risks are risks that arise due to changes in regulations, policies, technologies, markets, and reputations linked to efforts to reduce greenhouse gases. So here's a quick poll and question for the audience. Hopefully you guys have been paying attention. Which of the following are not considered examples of the two major climate risk categories? So is it transition risks, personal risks, physical risks, or task risk? It's good to see that a lot of the people have been paying attention so far. Give it a few more minutes or a few more seconds just for everyone to get a chance to have this, have a chance to answer this poll. All righty. I think most people got it right. The answers are B and D. So I think most people got it right, because we're asking which of the following are not considered examples of two major climate risk categories. The categories are transition risk and physical risks. The ones that aren't part of this is B and D, which is personal and task risk. Another poll to test your knowledge. Which of the following is not an example of a damage or loss from extreme weather events? This is testing your knowledge with on the physical risk side of things. Is the long-term droughts, floods, resource efficiency, or sustained higher temperatures? Which of the following is not an example of damages or losses from extreme weather events? We have most people going for option C, one person for option A. Great, so thanks to those who are participating in the polls. Really glad that you're engaging with us. Most of you got it right. The answer is C, resource efficiency. So which of the following is not an example of damages or losses from extreme weather events, and that's resource efficiencies. Long-term droughts, floods, and sustained higher temperatures are examples of extreme weather events. On to climate policy now, and this is feeding on from our transition risk side. If we look at carbon tax and carbon pricing initiatives that's being implemented globally, you can see that many countries are starting to implement or have already implemented a carbon tax, or a carbon tax is scheduled for implementation. In South Africa, we have the carbon tax that's been implemented here, and we are one of the few emerging markets and one of the few countries in Africa to actually have a carbon tax. And we know that, that it's quite an important milestone for, the fight against climate change. But we also think that, and this might be just my WWF bias here, but the price of carbon as it is set right now is too low. But that's to give people, I think, time to adapt to the new regimes, the new tax regimes, especially with the rebates being offered. It's to give people time to adjust to how much they emit in terms of greenhouse gases and or carbon emissions. And we expect the price to either increase or the rebates to reduce over time. But this is a nice map because it also shows that, globally, if you're doing business or if you're investing or if you have assets that's in Europe or the US or other countries, carbon pricing and carbon taxes are showing up not just in South Africa, but across the globe, and is an important factor from a policy perspective. In the South African context, there's the South African Sustainable Finance Initiative. This is convened by National Treasury, and this is a kind of set of working groups that's been convened by National Treasury after they released their white paper on sustainable finance. There are currently 4 working groups part of this project. One is on financial instruments, one is on TCFD, one is on climate risk, and another on capacity building. So important there is on the disclosures for TCFD. And what we'll expect to see in time is that although for now TCFD is a voluntary framework or voluntary disclosures that people can make, this could well become a mandatory requirement, as that's the trend we're seeing in Europe and other parts of the world. So lots happening in the policy space, but there's also lots of useful tools out there. This is the Waterless Filter. It's a spatial tool that helps companies, businesses assess their water risk. You plug in your location, you plug in your business, whether you're a farmer or an industrial company, or where you're operating, and it can give you an assessment of your operational risk, your basin risk, and spatially how that is playing out. And for South Africa, it's got quite fine scale data points, which is quite useful and quite interesting to look at. The Green Book, this is an online tool that supports municipalities. It's very useful if you want to look at the risk profile of any municipality, if you're looking to invest or set up a business or understand the risks of a particular part of the country. The Green Book is a great place to explore. You can look at the municipality you're interested in, and then you'll get a ton of information on the climate risk exposures or the climate change risks that are prevalent in that specific area of the country. While there are tools, there are also alliances or platforms for collaboration. The Alliance for Climate Action is one example of such an alliance where people come together to help each other in understanding climate change, to make commitments, and to help each other in achieving those commitments. There's lots of different alliances, there's lots of different collaborative partnerships that exist. This is a nice one. It's part of We Mean Business. WWF is involved, as well as the National Business Initiative, and it asks people to make certain commitments, but it also facilitates dialogues between the members of the alliance and sharing best practice and progress they're making around managing and even the investment opportunities for climate action. So quite a nice alliance, but there are other examples of collaborative action. Science-based targets is something I wanted to touch on because it's kind of like a mix of the alliance and the tool side of things. We're going to get deep into target setting and the metrics as part of one of the pillars of the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure recommendations. But I wanted to put this up here as primer, as also an indication that there are people out there that can help companies set targets for their climate progress. And as the name implies, these targets are based in science. So I wanted to just show this to the audience because people in the non-climate science space, they don't have all the answers all the time. And it's one can call upon other initiatives or other partners to help them set their targets from a more science-based perspective. So I see there's a message in the chat, and I just want to double check there. Thanks, Afako, for putting the links to science-based targets. And we've got another video to show you. This is Sapata Dasgupta talking about sustainable finance and why it's important. If you don't know who Sapata Dasgupta is, he's done a review of why biodiversity and finance and economics are interlinked and important that we look at it. I think this is part of a whole video series of key experts talking about finance and the environmental side and how those two things come together. So I'm going to stop talking. You've probably heard a lot from my voice now, and I'm going to play this video from Sapata, who can very eloquently describe why sustainable finance and environmental risk management is important.
It's not just our economies, but it's all our entire life is built around nature because we are part of nature. We're not external to it. Nature provides us with clean water. It offers pollination services, which enable us to grow food. It circulates air, water. I can't think of anything that we do which is not founded on nature's processes. So if we jeopardize that, it's not just our economies that are in trouble. Our lives are in trouble. The demands we make of the goods and services that nature provides us exceeds its ability to supply them on a sustainable basis. We have had a good life. The last 70 years have been particularly favorable to the generation which has lived through this period. We have never had it so good. We live far longer than we ever did before. There are more of us. We're better educated. We're better fed. We travel a lot more. The flip side of it is that we've been living beyond our means, if you want to use a very standard imagery. And by our means, I mean that we are degrading the biosphere in order to do that. And so we've been living a terrifically buoyant life over the past 70 years by making the biosphere less habitable, less productive for our descendants. Ecosystems are assets, just as our road network is an asset, just as our educational system is an asset. So in talking about our relationship with nature, we're really talking about an asset management problem, balancing the various types of assets in our portfolio, and we are mismanaging that. The reason our financial systems do not take nature seriously in their calculations is because the information on the basis of which decisions are made does not contain much about nature. For example, we use GDP, gross domestic product, as a measure of the success of a community or society or a country. And yet the measure has nothing to say about what we are doing to nature. So the lens with which our institutions see their societies is one which doesn't notice nature. So keeping nature out of the formal models, the quantitative models that drive policy, has meant that we are able to imagine unlimited growth possibilities in our material standard of living. That carries with it the thought that humanity is external to nature, whereas we're, of course, embedded in it. And since nature is bounded, it's finite, it must be that the picture of unlimited growth possibilities is wholly flawed. I think COVID-19 does present an opportunity for redirecting the nature of investment. We need to think big for two reasons. One is that greening our investment portfolio brings with it employment opportunities. And secondly, green projects are complementary to one another. Each on its own a million here or a million there on its own is not anywhere as productive as a bulk investment in green projects. So these two features, employment opportunities and productivity gains by spending large chunks on green projects, together offer a real low-hanging fruit, as they say.
Some great points there raised by Sapatha, talking about asset management, talking about the inclusion of nature-based metrics in our decision-making. And I think the TCFD recommendations is also in support of that, of combining and bringing two worlds together, climate change world and the finance world. And not to jump ahead of ourselves, but there's also the task force for nature-related financial disclosures that's being set up that's more inclusive beyond carbon and climate change. Some great points and great food for thought from Sapatha there, especially around asset managers, asset allocation, and the inclusion of environmental metrics in our decision-making process. Okay, so so before we move on to the next part of today's agenda, there's another quick poll for the audience, and that is, how confident would you feel in engaging in a discussion on the task force on climate-related financial disclosures? So are you not confident at all, not confident, confident, or very confident? Okay, seeing some responses coming through. Okay, so seems like people are confident about TCFD, which is great. Hopefully the next part of the session can enhance your understanding of that. Just going to give it a few more seconds for people to respond. That's great. So seems a lot of people on the call today are quite confident in TCFD. So yeah, hopefully we can enhance your understanding of the concepts around the recommendations in the next part of today's session. I am going to stop sharing my screen in the poll there. Thanks to everyone who participated in the poll. I also want to pause here in case there's any questions or if there's any comments you want to raise. It doesn't look like there's anything in the chat, but we'll give people a moment if they want to raise their hand or if they want to pop something in the chat. Hubert, please.
Thank you, Sirin. Just a very quick question here. To what extent would you say a company's targets as a corporate will be assessed or improved by the extent to which its fund, its retirement fund, has made a commitment and is pursuing and delivering a commitment? Would you see any distinction between that? For example, I don't know, Eskom versus Eskom Provident Pension Fund. If the pension fund is underperforming from, in terms of, signing up to targets, following global best practice in terms of its, assessing climate risk and acting on it, would that impair the profile of Eskom per se, or is it really delineated because they are very separate institutions? I'm just really trying to get a sense of how that would affect a Provident Fund, for example, and the corporate. Thank you.
Thanks, Hubert. I see Adrian's raised his hand, so you might be in a better place to answer that, but I can come in after Adrian.
Thanks, Hubert. A great question, and I think an increasingly important one. And certainly our hope is that the asset owner, trustee, principal officer representatives in today's workshop will become those change agents and champions at your next board of trustee meeting. But I think the reality at this stage is that third-party ratings providers that are looking at ESG performance by listed companies are not extending the lens to include the retirement fund, which may or may not be linked to the listed entity. So as you mentioned, they are delineated, they are separate legal entities. And so, it's almost a conversation one needs to have with the listed company, as well as with the associated pension or provident fund. So there's a real opportunity to engage. And I think, one is starting to see greater alignment between the corporate philosophy, extending to their retirement fund. But as you say, there are two separately distinct legal entities, and both need to appropriately address climate risk. So that would be my initial response. Sarah, I don't know if you want to add to anything there.
Yeah, that's a great question, really it is. Well, in my own personal experience, there's been internal conversations where people are champions for climate change action and environmental stewardship, but their investment, their pension funds don't really incorporate that. So we can be standing outside Cecil with a placard saying, no more fossil fuels or no more pollution, but at the end of the day, your pension fund is actually invested in that same company. And it can work the other way around as well. It can be people on the who are trustees on the pension fund saying, listen, we need to take this into account. And then they also part of the management team at a certain corporate and saying, listen, we need to look at these targets. If we're doing it to our pension funds, we can be doing it on a company level. And at the same time, as Adrian was mentioning about these ESG ratings companies, the targets, I think, are a big part of what we looked at. I think we're going to talk to some fact sheets a bit later and do that. But yeah, so it's a complicated space, very complex, and lots of different people and moving parts. But I think, in different cases, it's the trustees of a pension fund who might be pushing for action by the asset managers could in fact influence the company management to set targets. And at the same time, the company who is setting targets could also push their pension fund to be cognizant of climate change targets, or set targets to either have certain sector allocations or to decarbonize or to run negative filters, whatever it may be. But yeah, it's a complicated space, but hopefully that gives you some sort of a bit of insight.
No, thank you very much, Serin and Adrian. That's really helpful. I suppose the question I'm trying to find some form of answer to is, what is the proposed action? Is the proposed action that trustees and the funds have a more strategic and aligned engagement that doesn't necessarily have a framework now? Or is there an intermediating type of platform, like some of these coalition groups that specifically help the asset owner and their corporate better align on these issues and monitor and report on these issues? I'm just trying to figure out what is the promised land, as it were, and we might be far away from it, but I mean, at least to understand what it looks like. I'm hoping it will be a very simple solution, that there needs to be more consultation and alignment, but perhaps life is never that simple.
Yeah, life is never that simple, but the TCFD framework we'll get into in the next session, I think, is going to help answer some of your questions there, because it is a framework that's meant to be, it's not just about reporting or being a tick box exercise. It's about reflective questions that an organization needs to ask itself about its strategy, about its governance, about its risk management. And then it can't be an external like me telling a certain financial institution, you need to do this, this, and this. It needs to be the financial institution that looks at these questions that the TCFD recommendations are putting forward, and they can have a reflective discussion about how that actually impacts them and their strategic objectives and their specific context. So it's going to work differently for different people, but there are frameworks that exist to help guide you on that path. And like you said, we're kind of almost on a journey. We're We're not there yet, but we're on that path, and we incrementally are moving forward and incrementally improving the integration of climate risk management within these portfolios. So hopefully that helps. And I think the next couple of sessions will also kind of answer some of your questions.
Thank you.
I see Vanessa's asked a couple of questions in the chat. Are you hoping to use TCFD to gradually encourage macro top-down ESG investment decision making? Because right now ESG is a little theme with a, hey, let's allocate 5% to it. Yeah, so that's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but I think what's happening in the asset manager space is that ESG is being more and more integrated into their businesses. So it's not about allocating simply to ESG, but it's about how you analyze each investment from an ESG lens and overlaid on top of the normal financial risk metrics that you would use from your PE ratios or your revenue growth or your market cap, et cetera, but then you will also use ESG layers, such as, what's the impact of this company on the environment, what's the impact on social, how strong is the governance, and there's tons of different questions. I mean, if you look at MSCI or S&P, they've got thousands of ESG metrics. Even the paid for service providers, where you get a report on companies in the universe, you'll get like, a 30-40 page report on an individual company just on ESG issues, because there's within E, S, and G, there's a number of different individual metrics that help determine scores and things like that. But yes, we would, TCFD is a kind of framework for people to be reflected. I think I mentioned that, and we'll mention it throughout the next part of the session as well, that it's not meant to be a tick box exercise or simply about disclosure. It's meant to be a tool to get the financial institutions to start integrating climate risk within their business operations. And we might not be at 100% yet, but we're not at 0% either. I think there's momentum growing in the space. So hopefully that kind of answers a bit of your question. Vanessa, you're welcome to unmute yourself and jump in here. Melanie, is there something you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to add that I think it's important to note for those that aren't aware, the TCFD framework, I think sometimes gets spoken about in the context of kind of a reporting standard, and people often think it's tick box exercise, but it's more a strategic kind of framework that you use for your entire business. And I think what differentiates it is that it's forward-looking as opposed to just reporting on historic performance. So that's I think a major differentiator from your typical reporting frameworks. I just wanted to add to that.
Thanks, Melanie. And there's one more comment from Vanessa that talking about how retirement funds and asset managers actually engage, and it's the asset managers who engage with portfolio companies, not the fund themselves. That's correct. It usually is that way, but for retirement funds, they can ask their asset managers to show them their proxy voting or their proxy voting policies. And this has been part of Principles for Responsible Investments, also part of the recommendations from the TCFD. So the power as an asset owner is there. You can request these things from your asset managers in terms of their proxy voting record. And if they don't have it,
sorry, sir, you're talking exactly to my specific pet hate. And my pet hate is stewardship, proxy voting. Like that's not the answer. It's not a sufficient enough driver of any change.
Yeah, well, that's how they engage with companies. The other part of engagement is through portfolio managers and investors on analyst calls, on results presentations, and that's one level kind of after reporting is done. And that's, about the analysts themselves asking about the key questions around emissions or reporting. And I think the TCFD also makes some recommendations there. And agreed, the corporate landscape in terms of the proxy voting, most votes don't get cast, most shareholders don't cast their votes. But as a shareholder, you have a right to attend any AGM. That's just how the thing works. But I don't think most people do that, besides, a few shareholder activists or activist organizations. But I mean, you can check your fund manager's proxy voting, and as asset manager, or sorry, as asset owner, you can switch between different providers if you're not comfortable with the approach to proxy voting, or if you're not happy with the votes that they've cast in the certain things. It's also worth mentioning that at AGMs, by the time a what do you call it, a clause or a issue gets put onto the agenda for voting, that's already decided. So the board will already know which way, left or right, is this vote going to be cast. So it's a long process of getting to proxy voting, to the proxies, or to the the AGM, and that's a process of engagements. I think within the board, within key shareholders, and yeah, it's an issue for corporate governance in South Africa to look at these things. I think with the Steinhoff issue, Tonga, Hewlett, shareholder power and the corporate governance, the principal agent problems is key things we need to improve on. WWF is working with the finance sector to give them tools to help them engage with portfolio companies to hopefully improve their sustainability performance over time. But yeah, it's a complicated space. There's lots of different levels of engagement. But like you said, the retirement funds themselves don't actually engage with the portfolio companies. And with WWF and Six Capitals Alternative Prosperity, we actually ran an exercise on active ownership. But that's a topic I think maybe for another time where we can share our experiences from there. Adrian?
Thanks, Seren, and some great discussion and conversation underway. I think it's a fantastic segue into the next session, which is a session that Melanie and I will be speaking to around why long-term investors such as retirement funds need to consider climate risk. Seren, did you have any more slides that you were hoping to cover in this section?
All good. Thanks, Adrian.
Okay. So if I may, I think it might be worthwhile just providing a few comments around just the South African kind of regulatory landscape as far as ESG or environmental social governance issues, you could call it broader stewardship, is concerned. And, to Vanessa's point, quite right, fund managers for the most part are, those investors charged with engaging with listed companies and unlisted companies and other investments on material issues that will impact on long-term financial performance. In the South African context, for those who may not know, our Regulation 28 of the Pension Funds Act, back in 2011, when it was updated, brought in the requirement for boards of trustees to consider ESG issues in their investment decision-making, and that should flow through into the mandates that they have with their service providers, such as fund managers. The FSCA followed that up with a guidance note, which was released in 2019, Guidance Note 1 of 2019, which speaks specifically to retirement funds investment policy statements. And how, again, it's soft regulation, it's a guidance note, it's not a directive, but it requires boards of trustees to consider, as it relates to their investment policy statement, which is obviously a foundational document when it comes to contracting with service providers, because you're really stating your investment philosophy as a fund. What are your expectations? What are your, risk? What's your risk appetite, etc. And so there's a requirement from Guidance Note 1 of 2019 for, at least on an annual basis, for retirement funds to communicate to their members and stakeholders and the regulator how each fund is considering ESG issues and what's their position. Again, it's within an investment policy statement, so it's not a standalone ESG policy. but it does need to address a few things. One which is quite notable, and that is where the board decides not to apply kind of any ESG requirements, it actually needs to explain why it's to the best interest of their members where ESG, aspects are not being fully considered. So from a South African regulatory perspective, Regulation 28, it is a requirement for retirement funds to consider ESG issues. It doesn't spell it out to the nth degree. It's really up to each fund to decide for themselves how ESG issues will be considered in the investment decision-making process. What is worthwhile bearing in mind is that this is for all assets, all asset classes, not just listed equity. And it's obviously also a process. More recently, we've heard from the FSCA that they are working on updating PF 130, which was also a guidance note on good governance for retirement funds. That is going to be changed into a directive, which will probably hit the market next year, in which a number of the kind of the softer regulations around ESG, good governance, will actually be further strengthened as a directive with mandatory reporting obligations. So I think, TCFD is a sub-element under, environmental, social, corporate governance issues, stewardship more broadly. It's certainly a theme. Climate risk is a theme that is seeing a lot more focus by investors, both in South Africa, but also internationally. Some of you might be familiar with the UN Principles for Responsible Investment. It's a global international investor collaboration. You need to pay an annual membership fee, and there's a formal reporting process where signatories such as retirement funds, fund managers, service providers need to report into the PRI on an annual basis, and there's a public transparency report which is available via the PRI's website to any stakeholder to at least see at a minimum what are some of the governance of ESG aspects which are in place at within a PRI signatory. And what's worth noting is that for the last number of years, PRI has included a TCFD aligned number of questions. So already retirement funds, fund managers, and other signatories to the PRI have started qualitatively reporting on the TCFD framework through the PRI reporting framework, the CDP, which is quite popular in South Africa by listed companies, formerly known as the Carbon Disclosure Project, but now it also speaks to carbon and water and other aspects. So it's CDP. A lot of the content that would go into a TCFD report is already being reported via some of these other platforms. So what Melanie and I are going to be speaking about now is just the importance of retirement funds as asset allocators, as entities that are at the top of the investment value chain, coming to a position where they are actually able to mandate their service providers around their expectations. The asset managers that we've spoken to around broader ESG, but also TCFD expectations is, they are mandate takers, not mandate makers. And so they would benefit from having additional guidance from the likes of asset owners like retirement funds, their advisors, the asset consultant community around, what are these reasonable expectations from the ultimate clients around what fund managers should be doing on their behalf. And as you say quite correctly, Vanessa, proxy voting is only one small element, but you probably are aware that a lot of shareholder resolutions of late, certainly in the last 24 months, mostly directed at our large banks, has been specifically around the bank's policies and approaches to lending to carbon-intensive assets. It's been quite pleasing, at the same time rather astonishing, to see the level of support which has come for some of those shareholder resolutions, which at the start were proposed by minority shareholders and activist groups, and have now actually also started to be proposed by asset managers themselves working together to raise these issues with the listed entity. So Mel, I think if you're comfortable, we can play the video now. This video is an interview with the former chief investment officer of the world's largest pension fund, the government pension fund of Japan. I think at last count, their assets under management was 1.6 trillion US dollars. So a significant, large global investor with global investment mandates. And Hiro Mizuno, the former CIO, was really instrumental in putting ESG front and center in GPIF's kind of investment strategy and expectations of their service providers from around the world. They did some research and a lot of innovative work around monitoring their investment managers and investee companies. And if you consider their influence in Japan and internationally, and one thinks of our own domestic pension funds like the Government Pension Fund of South Africa, the GEPF, Eskom Pension and Provident Fund, but then also the commercial umbrella funds, like Sanlam Umbrella Fund or the Old Mutual Super Fund. There really is an opportunity for large investors to drive positive change in the market by giving increased guidance and outlining their expectations of fund managers. So we thought it would be useful just to listen to this interview. I think it's 5 or 6 minutes with Hiro, which really just unpacks the reasoning behind the GPIF of Japan's approach to ESG issues, with climate as one of those themes. Thanks, Mel. If you can play, and then we'll have some discussion after the video.
GPIF, as the largest asset owner in the world, we do everything we can to make sure asset owner take sustainability seriously. We have 20-30 years investment time horizon, and we are designed by Japanese government as the buffer fund for 100-year sustainable pension scheme project. So we are, by definition, a very, very long-term investor. We just cannot make our investment very sustainable if the whole capital market is not sustainable. And we thought for the capital market to be sustainable, society has to be sustainable. And then again, for the society to be sustainable, environment must be sustainable. We are the biggest institutional clients of the asset management industry. So we are using this, the cloud or like a weight to change the industry practice. ESG integration should be in every aspect of our business. So selection of the asset manager, selection of their portfolio, and how we monitor the asset managers, how the asset manager exercises proxy voting. Every single aspect of our activities should integrate ESG into their decision making. And GPIF made it very clear, that we expect all of us, our asset manager, integrate ESG into their investment analysis and investment decision making. The problem of today's capital market is a short-termism. That now, that a lot of trade made by machines who has no interest in long-term issue, right? Now the probably average holding time of the New York Stock Exchange is probably less than a month, because there are a lot of trade made by machine at the sort of, sometimes nanosecond cycle. We just cannot let the machine to control the capital market. And it's our human investors' role to make sure that we take care of our future generation. So we are actually revising and revisiting all the rule books we have with the asset manager. And if we see something we are doing not consistently with our long-term perspective, we change it. Majority of our portfolio is actually managed passively by passive or index manager. What we now expect from our passive managers is manage the portfolio passively, but act as an active owner. So the stewardship activities involves the engagement, which is the constructive dialogue with the companies, and the proxy voting. And that's the area where the passive manager can actually differentiate and also add value. So if any passive managers is not willing to take that responsibility or add the value in the stewardship area, that's not the attractive partner for us. We want the passive manager to become a responsible owner because you control the lion's share of our voting power. Traditionally, asset owners always talk about the long-termism, but asset owners' contract with the asset managers remained annual renewable. So, which I thought really inconsistent. So on one hand, we are demanding active managers to manage with long-term perspective, but we don't give them the long-term contract. We change whole contract with our active manager to change their fee to performance-based. So now the active manager, if they don't perform, they're not going to receive any active manager-like fee. But at the same time, we agree with all our active manager their performance fee to be calculated over 5 years. So we become the first asset owner, according to investment, the consultant, to offer 5-year contract to active managers. As a big owner of the passive portfolio, to make the extra return out of our passive portfolio, people like us, we lend the stock to short sellers. And we make a lot of money by lending it. But I actually came to realize it's not really consistent with what we are saying as a long-term investor. We are basically, saying, that you guys have to deal with these long-term issue, and we support your transformation. But in reality, the stock is used by short seller. They put the huge short-term pressure on those corporate executives. So I said, it's not consistent. We should stop it. We decided to give up $100 million in easy money to be consistent with our long-term, strategy. In the business today, everybody is talking about sustainability. But if you look at the textbook or the curriculum, what the school, our MBA school are teaching, there's nothing to do with the sustainability, nothing to do ESG. That's weird. So Harvard Business School started teaching the case study on a GPIF. The title is, should pension fund try to change the world? GPIF's embracement of the ESG. And it's become one of the most popular case study at the Harvard. And I'm really trying to put that in every, the business school education. Role of finance is not to create the future, but the finance is to provide a capital to the people who have great ideas or the people who try to build the future, right? And so we are kind of the accelerator for those change makers. The other CIO told me our job is to save money, not to save the planet. But I counter-argue saying what's the point of receiving a pension when our children cannot even play outside?
Thanks, Melanie, for playing that video. Hiro Mizuno, the former chief investment officer at GPIF in Japan, the world's largest retirement fund. He had some interesting things to say there around addressing short-termism and some of the actions that he and the investment team of the GPIF undertook. We'd love to have some comment or feedback from yourselves. Is that something that perhaps your own board would consider doing, or perhaps you've had a discussion around that, using your influence as an asset allocator? Most retirement funds have got a dozen or more asset managers managing your investments on your behalf. Is this something that you think your board would be open to firstly viewing the video and having a bit of a debate. Any feedback or comments? Again, it's about trying to align long-term investor interests of the client with the service providers.
Adrian, I just do need to mention that our own regulator is very against performance-based fees. Just remember that.
Thanks, Vanessa. Duly noted. Yeah, if we can kind of dance around the fee aspect, it's probably going a bit beyond TCFD. But again, at the end of the day, it's about getting value for money. As the retirement fund client, are you getting due value for money for the services that you're receiving? And are we not sacrificing long-term benefits in exchange for the short term, given that retirement funds for the most part have got long duration liabilities. So thanks for that comment, Vanessa. Would anybody else like to make a comment on something that struck you from Hero's interview? Hubert, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian. I suppose it's really, Hero has been talking about this for quite some time, and the universal owner concept. And I just wonder, are there any sort of good best practice approaches to addressing this sort of long-term reality but short-term, practice? I suppose that's one question that I would sort of put out there, because obviously it's got a lot to do with the whole global redesign. We've just seen, well, I say probably a few months ago, we saw the Price Waterhouse PwC Africa survey of all of the key, I think 400 or 500 CEOs, top CEOs across Africa, and climate change was not a high priority in their order of priorities. And it was interesting that it just sort of came on the back of the ExxonMobil, pressure that was put on some of its, some of its assets, on some of its holdings. So I'm just trying to get it. It would be interesting to get your view on: is the market able to change? Is it changing? Are there best practices to reconcile this long-term expectation but short-term practice? And then I want to, and then it would just be good to get your clarity on this issue where you raised about Reg 28, where you spoke about the funds would need to be able to demonstrate why it's in the best interest of its members not to have pursued a certain ESG approach, and the extent to which the members have redress. So are the funds ultimately going to be potentially on the receiving end of the pressure in the same way that Exxon and Shell and all the rest of it were under pressure from some of their from some of the other global asset owners? I'm not sure if that's a clear set of questions, but it's a concept I'm just trying to clarify here.
Thanks, Hubert. Let me perhaps start with answering your second series of questions and then speak to the best practice. So I think increasingly retirement fund boards can expect to be on the receiving end of more inquiries from members and stakeholders to the retirement fund. For example, fairly recently, the UCT endowment, and I think to a certain extent the UCT retirement fund has taken a position to divest from carbon intensive assets over a period of time because of pressure from employees and staff of the University of Cape Town. I think university pension funds, given the makeup of their membership, are probably first in line to be on the receiving end of engagements from members. What they also did, which is on the positive, is UCT conducted a survey of their retirement fund members, explaining to them the Regulation 28 requirements and asking members whether they shared the same view, and almost asking them to rank certain ESG themes. And, again, that was a very proactive demonstration of, wanting to follow an inclusive, stakeholder approach, engaging, consulting with the fund beneficiaries around their own views. And that was presumably used to inform this decision that there would be divestment from carbon-intensive assets over a period of time. Again, I think most of the engagement and the oversight at present is coming more from the regulator, the FSCA. We know that the FSCA, much like other regulators around the world, also have limited capacity and resourcing. So I think that's partly, the reason for the directive. So again, elevating the obligations of retirement funds by another level with this new governance directive, which will probably come into play next year. So at this stage, I think we haven't seen strong engagements by retirement fund members and other stakeholders engaging with retirement fund boards. I am aware that Just Share has written letters to the top 100 retirement funds a year or two ago, asking them to explain their position on climate and climate risk and to what extent they are considering climate risk as part and parcel of their Regulation 28 responsibilities. I'm not sure to what extent the various retirement funds that were targeted responded. But I think we're in the early stages of a growing civil society engagement with the asset owner community on these matters. That then kind of brings us to examples of good practice, or where are we seeing early leadership, and how can asset owners collectively work to address some of these themes such as short-termism. I think there we're seeing probably early movement internationally, where the likes of the GPIF Japan, working with other big European, US, and UK retirement funds are forming collaborations to work together, without fund managers and service providers in the room, to see how they can collaborate and align in terms of the long-term agenda. I'll see if I can include a link in the chat function when I can find the right name for that initiative that I'm thinking of. A number of international asset owners and retirement funds have been doing this for far longer. So I think there are individual examples of good practice. I think, Canadian Pension Plan in Canada, the Universities Superannuation Scheme in the UK, the likes of CalPERS and CalSTRS in the US. They've got quite a lot of information available on their websites around what they are doing currently. And then perhaps more locally and closer to home, the Batseta Council for Retirement Funds, as you'll know, Hubert, has established the Asset Owner Forum. And again, that is also to look at, how can local retirement funds collaborate around certain themes, whether they are ESG themes like transformation or climate, infrastructure, as you'll know. And I think we should support those types of domestic initiatives as well. So if I think of anything else, I'll be sure to add that into the chat function. But for now, I think let me hand over to Melanie. I think we've got a polling question, and then Mel's going to take us through a slide with an infographic from Just Share in terms of what Just Share argues are some of the actions that retirement funds could take in addressing climate risk. Thanks, Mel.
Thanks, Adrian. So Falco, if you can please load our next poll. So this is just a question relating to, does your organization consider ESG when contracting with asset managers? Just trying to get a sense after having watched that video clip around if this is something that is currently being considered in the asset owner space. Okay, so we have a lot of yeses at this stage coming in. Only one no at this stage, which is great to hear. We can give it a minute or so because I see there are still people that are voting.
Mel, just a thought, and for our participants to think about.
Yes,
you know, if the FSCA did a due diligence site visit to your retirement funds, offices, your operations, and you've answered yes to this question, what kind of documentation would you be able to share with them to support the fact that you are considering ESG issues? So, would you be able to provide an investment policy statement that is Regulation 28 compliant, that considers the guidance note of sustainability of investments as it relates to, the investment policy statement? Would you have fund manager due diligence questionnaires that have got ESG questions in there? Or would it be a case of you have to get on the phone and speak to your asset consultant, who would then need to provide the information? So, maybe being a bit facetious there, but I think, and hopefully people haven't had to change their answers, but, that's the extent of where I think the direction of travel is moving, is that if you as a board of trustees don't actually have documented evidence to demonstrate to the FSCA, to what extent ESG issues are being considered, then I think there is a potential, reputational risk, certainly from the fund's perspective. I don't think there's any punitive measures at this stage, but certainly I think that's something that we as trustees and principal officers and fiduciaries on behalf of our members and stakeholders need to increasingly address. Thanks, Mel.
Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, I agree with you. That's really something to consider, having just run this poll. And it does seem as if the majority do have ESG top of mind when contracting asset managers, which is good to see. So let's quickly just touch on this document by Just Share and Client Earth that was published in 2019. So Farke, if I can ask you to maybe share that link with our participants today in the chat. It's a nice link that pension funds can use to share with members and boards and so forth. Driving home the message about why climate risk is important in the context of pension funds, and why pension funds are an important tool to be able to drive change to a low carbon economy. And then it also has some nice, you can see on the right hand side there what must pension funds do, some nice actions that you guys can use to guide you guys in addressing climate risk. So I think this summary slide is just to kind of drive home the message that it's really imperative for pension funds to be able to consider climate risk in their context. And as we've seen in our earlier slides, climate change will have a significant physical and economic impact on many different aspects of human activity. And climate change is a systemic issue which affects all asset types and sectors, and as such will impact the portfolio returns, asset valuations, asset allocations, and the processes of asset owners with diversified global portfolios. It will also provide new investment opportunities, which I think we'll unpack at a later stage in today's discussion, looking at what the opportunities are that come together with some of these risks that we face. Some of the numbers that we've seen globally is the IPCC forecast that new public and private investments in the energy sector will need to grow around $2.4 trillion annually by 2035, which represents around 2.5% of the global GDP. So there's massive opportunities one can leverage off that is arising as a result of this transition, and some of the risks that we need to address. And yeah, we'll unpack some of the risks a bit later, but there are various different country and sector level risks that go together with that. We'll tackle that in some of the upcoming slides in more detail. And yeah, these implications coincide with an increasing focus from regulators on the importance of ESG incorporation for fiduciary duty. And some countries have already introduced stricter requirements to consider climate change preferences of clients and their beneficiaries, including reporting on how these obligations are then implemented. And then just lastly, the last point positions things nicely then for our upcoming slides that we'll discuss. And as we work our way through the TCFD framework that Sarah will be discussing, we'll also take a closer look as to what that then means in the end of, or how it translates into kind of long-term investor views. So yeah, I think, Adrian, if I'm correct, we're heading up into a lunch break soon. But before we get there, there's just a confidence polling question to gauge our attendees today again on. So some of you've mentioned in some of our earlier polls that we've ran that you guys, some are quite familiar with having the discussion around climate risk. It'll be interesting. Yes,
Can I interject? So we actually ran this
Please
poll
do.
already.
Oh, my
Yeah.
apologies. Maybe I've missed it. Okay, well then that wraps up this section of today's discussion. Sorry, guys. And then, Adrian, we're then due for a lunch break before we head into the impact of TCFD on long-term investments, which Sarah and I will be co-presenting on. Yeah, so let me for now stop sharing my
Well, perhaps
screen.
we can suggest a 1 hour lunch break from now. Maybe we can shorten it by 5 minutes to 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So an hour lunch break. People are welcome to log off if you're scared of data, costs staying on the workshop link. But otherwise, you can stay on, and we'll all just mute ourselves. We'll be back at 1 o'clock to continue. Yeah, when you come back, if we can ask that you just raise your hand or give us a thumbs up or make a comment in the chat function, so that we know that you're back. So let's take an hour break. Well, just short of an hour, just probably 50 minutes now. If we could be back at 1 o'clock, and then we'll proceed with the second half of the workshop. Thank you very much for your active participation in the first half. Thank you, Melanie and Seren, for your respective presentations, and we look forward to seeing everybody after the lunch break at 1 o'clock. Thanks so much. Bye-bye. Well, it's 1 o'clock. I know that we won't have everybody back immediately at 1 o'clock, but if you could just indicate that you're back by raising your hand or putting in a comment in the chat function, just so that we know that we've got most people back from the hour lunch break. We can probably give everyone a minute or two, and then I think we'll get going.
Adrian, if you can just give me an indication once we have most attendees back. So
Right, I'm checking the list. Looks like we're getting more and more hands up. I think we do still need to give it a minute or two. We have 5 participants back. Let's just give it 1 or 2 minutes for a few more, and then we can get going. Mel, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not seeing much progress in terms of additional hands being raised. So, Melanie, I think let's continue. And I'm sure those that are making their way back from the lunch table or boiling the last kettle for a cup of coffee will be with us shortly. So handing over to Mel and Seren to take us through the next session on the need for climate disclosure.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Adrian. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, so this last slide, so this is a subsection in the session that we're going to take a closer look at what the TCFD framework means for long-term investors, specifically around some of the recommendations for asset owners. So Seren will be speaking to that. But before we get into that detail, I think it's good to just pause and kind of unpack, now that we've looked at climate change and, like Seren explained, some of the impacts of climate change, what that then means for investors in terms of what information that is it that you guys would need to better understand how risks of climate change will potentially impact your investments over the short, medium, and long term. And in order for you to then be able to make more informed investment decisions around addressing things like climate risk in your portfolios and investments, there's a urgent need for improved disclosure of climate-related information. And I'll quickly just be running through some of the reasons behind that, and also just taking a look at some of the more mainstream or prominent, rather, frameworks that's been used recently to report climate-related information by some of the reporters. So yeah, some of the key things that we've seen recently that's been driving this need for climate-related disclosure relates to global as well as local reporters and investors that have mentioned through various of our engagements we've had with them, and we've seen it in recent news as well, that there's been a surge in requests around information relating to broader ESG matters. And that's linked to the realization that improved disclosure is not only important for better decision making and managing risk at both a micro and macro scale, but it helps companies, financial institutions, and governments to better understand their risk exposure. And that risk exposure links to that conversation that Seren had earlier around physical and transition risks that are posed by climate change. And being able to access that information enables these various stakeholders to better strategically plan for the transition to a low carbon economy and taking into account those risks that they need to factor into. Yeah, and it also links to the realization that there are serious physical impacts that relate to climate change, along with global responses that are implemented to try and minimize these impacts. And those will result in material impacts at the end of the day relating to those transition risks. And that needing to be managed has led to an increased demand for climate-related financial disclosure to enable informed investment decision-making. And just to round off, this is not only, or the disclosure of climate-related information doesn't only stand to benefit corporate companies or investors, but a number of different stakeholders, such as the likes of governments and philanthropic organizations and so forth. Just to then draw our attendees back into the conversation of today, I'd like to ask Sefako to put up a poll for us just to gauge your familiarity with some of the frameworks that I'll quickly discuss in some of the next slide. So the question is, which climate-related disclosure framework are you most familiar with? The CDP, the TCFD, GRI, or SBTIs? Okay, so we are seeing some participants completing the poll, one saying GRI, I'm going to give it a few minutes still. But from what I can see, yeah, that seems to be the only response. So this might be then a good opportunity to quickly discuss some of these frameworks. And like I mentioned, Seren will be going into a bit more detail around the TCFD framework. So it's a good session then to attend. I'm going to end this poll now. And then head over into the next slide. Yeah, so just having mentioned in the previous slide, there's a number of different reporting frameworks and standards that are used generally to report climate-related information on. The one we'll be taking a closer look at is the TCFD framework, but the GRI, SASB, and CDP in particular is probably one of the most popular frameworks that are used by South African reporting companies to disclose their climate-related information through. And I think it's just important as we head into the section around the TCFD to quickly just mention that you'll notice as Seren goes through the various pillars of the TCFD framework, there's actually a lot of alignment between the CDP, which has a long-standing uptake by South African and various other global companies to report their climate-related information on. And yeah, I think what we've learned through some of the research that we've done is that, and Sefako will talk in greater detail about that, but the use of existing ESG disclosure frameworks like the CDP has been of great use for, in particular, South African reporting companies to kind of start them off at a base that they are very easy, or much more easily able to align to some of the requirements of the TCFD framework. And you'll see here some of these themes that are also covered within the 4 pillars of the TCFD framework. So it makes for a good base to start off with if companies are looking to align to the TCFD framework and starting their journey to be able to report, increase their reporting around climate-related information. And yeah, I think it's just to reiterate, it's now probably more than ever important to be able to use high quality and comparable information to be able to use that and inform investment decision making to be able to address climate change. So before I unpack the following section, I just want to explain. So Seren has spoken about climate risks. We haven't taken too much of a look at some of the opportunities and financial implications of climate or climate change, but yeah, there's various kind of components that go together with climate risk or subcategories of climate risk, areas that are affected as a result of this transition. So when considering the urgent need for our economies to transition to low carbon economies, investors also need to keep in mind that this transition process will require extensive policy, legal, technology and market changes in order to address mitigation and adaptation requirements related to climate change. So depending on the nature, speed and the focus of these changes, transition risks may pose varying levels of financial and reputation risk to organizations. So yeah, let's just take a closer look at some of these risks. So the policy and legal risks, those policy risks in specific, those are policy actions that attempt to constrain actions that contribute to the adverse effects of climate change, or policy actions that seek to promote the adaptation to mitigate climate change. And some of these examples include things like carbon pricing mechanisms in order to reduce GHG emissions, adopting energy efficiency solutions, and encouraging greater efficiency measures through things like water efficiencies and so on. And the risks associated with these policy changes will depend on the nature and the timing of these policy changes. So another important risk in this category is litigation or legal risks. And in recent years, we've seen an increase globally in climate-related litigation claims being brought before courts by the likes of property owners, municipalities, various states and insurance houses, as well as other shareholders and public interest organizations. And the reasons for these litigations typically include the failure of those type of organizations to mitigate the impact of climate change, or failure to adapt to climate change, and the insufficiency of disclosure around material financial risks. And that as a result, then translates into the value of loss and damage arising from climate change. And I think we can all agree, given the significant increase that we've seen in particularly on the physical risk side, these litigation cases might quite possibly be on the increase in the coming years. So some of the technology risks that we look at are linked to technological improvements or innovations that support this transition to a low carbon economy. And energy efficient economic systems can have a significant impact on organizations. So, for example, the development and use of energy efficiency and carbon capture and storage will affect the competitiveness of certain organizations and their production and distribution costs, and that will ultimately affect the demand for their products and services from their end users. So to the extent that new technology displaces old systems and disrupts some parts of the existing economic system, winners and losers will emerge from this creative destruction process that we're on at this point. So when we take a look at some of the market risks that are affected by climate change, these can be varied and complex. And one major way is through the shift that would potentially come through supply and demand for certain commodities, products and services, as climate-related risks and opportunities are increasingly being taken into account by different organizations as well as stakeholders. Then just lastly, and I think this is probably top of mind for most organizations at this point, is relating to the reputational risk that could potentially come from being tied to, or the perception of not transitioning quick enough and addressing climate change quickly enough. That might be tied to things like changing consumer or community perceptions, and yeah, that could lead to serious financial losses at the end of the day if companies are viewed as not being quick enough to address some of these risks. However, with all big changes, there are usually some opportunities that companies can leverage off as well. So as efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change produce investment opportunities for organizations through I've mentioned earlier, things like resource efficiency and cost savings, the adoption of low emission energy sources, and the development of new products and services, as well as access to new markets and building resilience along the supply chain. These are all things that come out of some of these risks. And sorry, I skipped a few slides there. So yeah, just around some of these opportunities, I've mentioned that there's a risk on resource efficiencies, but the companies also stand to benefit quite a lot if they're able to kind of leverage off these various technological changes that improve efficiency across the production distribution processes through using various new technologies. And that could result in direct cost savings for organizations' operations over the medium and long term, and be able to contribute to this global effort to curb emissions. And then some opportunities, I think Vanessa mentioned it earlier, around renewables. Everyone's kind of hopped on that bandwagon, and it certainly, with some of the latest legislative changes in South Africa, made it a real possibility for smaller entities to be able to generate their own energy. We've seen some real kind of big changes in the energy landscape locally as well as globally, and this is as a result of some of these energy and the technology changes that we're seeing in the landscape. And yeah, naturally, with these changes, organizations are innovating and developing new low emission products and services, and this might then, at the end of the day, improve their position, and they're able then to capitalize on the shift of consumer and producer preferences. And some of these examples can include consumer goods and services that place greater emphasis on a product's carbon footprint in its marketing and labeling, and producer goods that place emphasis on reducing emissions. So from a market perspective, organizations that are proactively seeking opportunities in new markets or different types of assets may be able to diversify their activities and better position themselves for the transition to a low carbon economy. Then just lastly, around the concept of climate resilience. This involves organizations developing the adaptive capacity to respond to climate change to better manage the associated risks, and then ultimately seize these opportunities, including the ability to respond to transition and physical risks. And these opportunities include improving efficiency, designing new production processes, and developing new products. So I'm not going to unpack this quite as extensively as one could probably do, but I think from an investor perspective, it's probably just good to pause on some of the financial implications that could result from some of these risks and opportunities. Yeah, particularly in the context of when you look at investee companies, I think it's something that investors, particularly long-term investors, need to consider. You know, that a company's financial position at the end of the day is impacted in various different ways, depending on how they respond to risks and opportunities. And I guess that's kind of what you'd like to see when looking at things like a company's annual reporting is to see how are they thinking about the short, medium, and long-term risks and opportunities that they might possibly be facing as a result of climate change, and how do they intend to assess these risks, identify them, and manage them to leverage of these opportunities and not have some of these risks impact on their financial position too extensively. Yeah, and I guess that is a good segue into Seren's session, where he'll go over the 4 pillars of TCFD, as well as the recommendations, and also specifically around his recommendations for asset owners. Seren, I'm going to stop sharing on my end if you can share your slides.
Now, is this all good?
Yes, all good.
Okay, happiness. Thank you, Adrian. All right, so before we jump into the next part of today's session, there is a bit of a poll. So which of the 4 pillars of the TCFD framework are you or your organization least comfortable with? So if you could answer that poll for us, it would be good to have a sense of where you guys are struggling with or need a bit more explanation. And we've been running this poll in a number of the workshops and webinars we've been having, and it's quite interesting to get a sense of what people are looking for. Just one response so far. I think everyone is still digesting their lunch a bit. Governance seems to be one area of the framework where we, a participant would like a bit more. See another response for governance. Good.
Seren,
yes.
While we're waiting for those completing the poll, I guess, Adrian, it's probably worth sharing with our participants some of those slides on our earlier webinars relating to governance and climate risk. If they would like an additional resource to go and read through on their own time. We did an entire webinar dedicated to governing climate risk.
Thanks, Mel. That's a great idea. What we'll do is we'll include in the chat function a link to the webinar resources on the DNA website, and people are welcome to go and have a listen and look at those slide decks in due course. Great idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Thanks, Adrian. And thanks to those who's participated in the poll. Seems like we've got a bit of drop-off engagement from earlier numbers, but most people are looking towards the governance pillar, and a couple of people are also looking at the metrics and targets. In the other webinars, metrics and target was also something that came up strongly as an area where people were struggling with or need a bit more information on. And luckily, we're going to go through all the pillars in a decent amount of detail. And even further on, we've got some good examples of of disclosures made by people on each of the pillar. And then we dive deeper into the metrics and targets, as well as discussing some work on scenarios. But this part of today's session gets a bit content heavy, so strap in. The TCFD recommendations are structured around 4 pillars. I remember earlier in the session, most people said they're comfortable or they have a good understanding of TCFD. So the governance strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets pillars might be quite familiar to you all. But it's also good to know that while TCFD was set up for the financial sector, for investment, underwriting, and lending decisions, it also provides guidance for all sectors and supplemental guidance for certain sectors. So we'll get into that now in the next part of today. Here's the 4 pillars: governance, strategy, risk management, metrics, and target. And under each one of these pillars, there are a few recommended disclosures that fall under it. So we're going to be going through those now, and we're going to be talking as well about supplemental guidance for asset owners where the TCFD has provided that. So if you're, thinking this is a bit text heavy, don't worry about it, that the slides will be sent to you afterwards. So you can, read through this, or you can access one of the many resources that we've put together that should also kind of link to these slides. But jumping straight into the first pillar, which is around governance. So this is about disclosing the organization's governance around climate-related risks and opportunities. The first element, part A of the governance pillar, is to describe the board's oversight of climate risks and opportunities. And the second part of the governance pillar is to describe management's role in assessing and managing climate-related risk and opportunities. On the management side, one would look for which levels of management are managing climate-related risks. Which are there committees that exist? What level do those committees sit on? What's the purpose of those committees, or any other organizational structures that management might be using to identify, assess, and manage climate-related risk? So that's the first theme on governance. It doesn't really have supplemental guidance for asset owners, besides the first, the A and B, which was around looking at board's oversight of climate-related risks and looking at management's role in assessing and managing climate-related risks. So on this side, the governance part of it might not have much, there might not be supplemental guidance, but it's still important to note that asset owners play a very important and influential role in the investment value chain as both users and sometimes reporters of information. So improved disclosure practices by asset owners will hopefully encourage better disclosures across the investment chain. Onto the second pillar, which is about disclosing, which is about strategy, and the strategy recommendation for disclosures is disclosing the actual and potential impacts of climate-related risks and opportunities on the organization's business, strategy, and financial planning. So this first part of the recommendations under the strategy pillar is talking about climate-related risks and opportunities over different time periods, that being the short, medium, and long term. So organizations should talk about what they consider to be that time frame and describe the specific climate-related risks across each of those time horizons they have identified. The second part of the strategy pillar is around describing the impact of climate-related risk and opportunities on the organization's businesses, strategy, and financial planning. So this is more specific towards, businesses and maybe not pension funds, because this recommended disclosure is asking for companies and management to say and disclose and think about how their products and services, their supply chain and value chain, as well as their operating costs, revenue, capital adjustments and expenditures, how all these will be affected by potential climate change risk, and even if potentially they'll have access to capital restricted or not easily available under different scenarios. Supplemental guidance for asset owners. So here, again, asset owners should describe how climate-related risks and opportunities are factored into relevant investment strategies. I think this kind of links up to earlier discussions that we were having and questions raised. This is kind of being talked about. This is the investment strategy side, and how the theme of climate change is being pulled in. But more than that, it's described from the perspective of the total fund and not just individual portfolios or individual investment strategies. The third part of the strategy pillar is talking about scenarios. So one should look at the resilience of an organization related to different climate change scenarios. And here for asset owners, the scenario analysis should provide a discussion on how climate-related scenarios are used, such as to inform investments in specific assets. So again, just to emphasize that TCFD is while a reporting framework, but it's also a tool for people to use to help them integrate climate risks within their different processes. So, you might be looking at a lot of these things or some of these things and not have answers or be confused. And I think it's important to recognize that no one is going to be 100% at the beginning or the early stages. This is about incremental progress over time. But it's good if you're asking yourself these questions and asking your fund managers those questions, or asset consultants asking yourself these questions, because they will strengthen your product offering and your resilience to climate change. Onto the third pillar, which is risk management. Here, the TCFD recommendations is asking people to disclose how the organization identifies, assesses, and manages climate-related risk. So this first part, part A, is looking at the processes for identifying climate-related risks. And the second part, before we go to the second part, there is supplemental guidance for asset owners. So here under the first part about processes in identifying climate-related risks, asset owners should describe any engagement with investment companies or investee companies, to encourage better disclosure and practices related to climate-related risks, to improve data availability and an asset owner's ability to assess climate-related risks. And I think this is also something that came up earlier around active ownership, proxy voting, around portfolio managers and investment analyst engagement with companies. So this is a supplemental guidance, for, I think, relating to something that came up earlier in today's workshop. The second part of the risk management pillar is about describing the organization's process for managing climate-related risks. So the other one was identifying, this one is for managing. And here the supplemental guidance for asset owners is encouraging asset owners to describe how they consider the positioning of their total portfolio with respect to the transition to a low carbon energy supply, production and use. And then secondly, explaining how asset owners actively manage their portfolio's position in relation to this transition. So this is a little bit more, I think, for sector analysis and sector exposures, something that's a little bit more doable. And we'll see some examples later in the workshop around all these pillars and some disclosures that could potentially be made. The last part of the third pillar is asking for companies and organizations to describe how their processes for identifying, assessing, and managing climate-related risks are integrated into the overall risk management process. So similar to what was said on the other two slides around identification, assessment, and management, this is looking at describing or making sure that those are not isolated processes, but integrated into the entire organization or across the organization. On to the last pillar, which is around metrics and targets. Here, the recommendation is asking for organizations to disclose the metrics and targets used to assess and manage relevant climate-related risks and opportunities. So the first part of this pillar is asking organizations to disclose the metrics used to assess climate-related risks and opportunity in line with the strategy and risk management process. We're going to be delving deeper into metrics and targets a bit later, but this pillar and this recommendation is getting organizations to think about what are the key metrics that they use to manage climate-related risks, whether it be carbon prices or GHG emissions, intensity, and there's a lot more. There's more to come on that. Then there's supplemental guidance for asset owners. Again, describe the metrics used to assess risks and opportunities for each fund or investment strategy, and where relevant, also describe how these metrics have changed over time, and also consider the metrics used in investment decision-making and monitoring. Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3, we mentioned this earlier, and this last part about metrics and targets is looking at Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions. Organizations should provide their Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, and if appropriate, Scope 3 emissions. Scope 3 will be very important for funds, investment funds, and pension funds, because those are the indirect emissions. So the emissions owned through your portfolio. So, there's not a lot of burning of fuels or usage of fuels on site for pension fund. The electricity usage of a pension fund is much lower than that compared to a mining company. But the Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions, that's the indirect emissions that's owned through a fund, and those are probably the most important ones for asset owners. Here, I'm talking about some certain metrics that asset owners could use. Weighted average carbon intensity is one, when the data available. Some other common carbon footprinting and exposure metrics include carbon emissions, carbon footprint, carbon intensity, and exposure to carbon-related assets. Weighted average carbon intensity, that's looking at a fund. So carbon intensity, that is the amount of carbon emissions per year divided by total revenue. So you'll get a million rand per ton of carbon ratio. That's what carbon intensity is. The weighted average carbon intensity is if you take your portfolio, the carbon intensity of each of the companies or assets in your portfolio, and you multiply that by the weight of your ownership stake in that company, so your equities ownership stake, then you'll get a weighted average carbon intensity if you sum that up for the portfolio. So that's what that's talking about there. Total carbon emissions is a similar calculation, but looking more in absolute terms. And then exposure to carbon-related assets, exposure to certain sectors. I think we're going to talk a bit more about that later. So moving on to the last part of the pillars, which is still around metrics and target, but this recommendation is saying organizations to describe the target used to manage climate-related risks and opportunities and the performance against these targets. So we spoke about some of the targets that one can choose, and one should, we also spoke about science-based targets earlier on. You can get into this more in detail later, but this is just to say that if you pick a target, one should describe how you're performing against that target and not just why you picked that target. Also, you should make sure you should describe the time frame for which the target applies, the base year which progress is measured against, and any other key performance indicators used as progress against those targets. Okay, so hopefully you're still with us and still alive and kicking. That was the TCFD recommendations, the 4-pillar and the 4 pillars and 11 sub-recommendations. Now to just get a poll going and to check in with the audience, our next poll is asking people if their organization has become a formal supporter of TCFD, or are they actively considering taking it up. So your options are yes, you're already a formal supporter, or yes, you're actively taking up the recommendations, then or the C, not yet, or the last option, not sure. Okay, so thanks to those who did participate. Still a bit of time for anyone last responses. Looks like here, not yet and not sure. So I think hopefully after this webinar, you take some information back to your constituents or stakeholders that might be able to move them along the line to becoming formal TSD supporters or actively consider the recommendations. Okay, one more poll. Which of the following, and this is a question, testing your knowledge, which of the following are not one of the task force climate-related financial disclosure recommendations? So which one of these is not a pillar of the TCFD? Okay, so we've got one person who's with us and that's responded so far. People, yes. So far, so good. Alrighty, so thanks to those who responded. It looks like you guys are paying attention or have a good understanding of TCFD. Last chances for anyone to respond, but I think the answer is a giveaway here. Yep, it's HR management. So thank you for those who responded and still with us. And I think we will go on to the next part of today's session, to this individual exercise. So I'm going to stop sharing here and hand back over to Adrian and Melanie. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seren, for giving us that overview of the TCFD. Hopefully everyone benefited from that. And we know that there's a lot of content that's being shared today. So what we also want to do is, as mentioned earlier, we want this to be fairly interactive as possible. And we also wanted to create some time for you to interact with some of the project outputs that have already been developed under this South Africa UK Pact funded project. So you'll see in the chat function, I've just put a link to the JSE climate disclosure fact sheets. And perhaps let me share my screen as well, so that at least you can see the instructions for this exercise. Great, hopefully you can see that screen. This way. Yeah, there we go. You should be able to see that. So in the chat function, there's a link to the JSE fact sheets that 6 Capitals and WWF put together on 54 or 55 Johannesburg Stock Exchange listed companies. What we've done is we've looked at the public disclosures of these companies that you can find via that link. And we've looked at to what extent their disclosure and reporting by means of annual reports, integrated reports, sustainability reports are touching on the TCFD guidelines and recommended disclosures. And so what we'd like to ask you to do on your own, just take a few minutes. Perhaps there's a company that you're familiar with and that tickles your fancy. So you'll see we've got AB InBev, the alcoholic beverage company. We've got ABSA, we've got African Rainbow Minerals, Anglo American, A to Z almost. And perhaps you'd like to just click on one of those fact sheet headings. So click on the company's name, and then you'll see it'll take you through to about a 10, 12 page fact sheet, which is a fact sheet that WWF and 6 Capitals have put together. And we'd like you to just take 5 minutes to have a read through the fact sheet of this company that you are interested in, and see to what extent they are disclosing in terms of their disclosures around the TCFD framework disclosures. And then we'd like to invite you to make some comments either via the chat function or some verbal comments by unmuting yourself when we come back, as to anything that you find particularly striking. So again, we do know that many of you are not professional investors. We know that many of you have got more of a trustee or an organized labor coordinating role. But we felt it was important to kind of highlight for you at the ultimate investee company level, the companies that you're investing in. Many of these companies, well-known brand names. In the South African context, we thought it would be interesting for you to see to what extent they are aligning their public reporting to the TCFD recommendations under the thematic areas of the TCFD framework. So on my clock, it says that it's 10 to 2. Let's take 10 minutes to read the fact sheet. If you want to, you can kind of make some initial comments via the chat function. And let's then reconvene at 2 o'clock, and we'll discuss and have some open discussion on the fact sheets and your findings and your thoughts. And we can compare notes, and it's just an opportunity for a bit of a brain break as well from listening to the presenters. So at 2 o'clock, we'll reconvene, and we'd love to hear your views and thoughts on whichever company's fact sheet you've selected. Thanks very much. Well, it's 2 o'clock, and unfortunately, we are a little bit behind the clock. So I know that you may not have been able to fully complete reading through the fact sheet, but hopefully you've had an opportunity to choose a company, and presumably a company that you're either familiar with or interested in. I see Pindile's made the comment, some interesting information around coronation, but that she'll need a bit more time to go through the fact sheet at a later stage. Would anybody else like to share some feedback in terms of your view on what you've read in the fact sheet? A reminder, so for example, for the coronation example, this is coronation as a listed company into which your retirement funds are investing, as well as an entity through which your companies are making investments. If coronation is, for example, a fund manager through which your pension fund is investing. So it's the corporate disclosures of the listed entity. So Mel, I see you've got your hand up. Have you got a question or a comment?
Adrian, thanks. No, it's just a comment. I think it's well worth mentioning that, or to the participants at least, that the fact sheets we've compiled earlier this year, and I think we can all agree in the last 9 months, there's been significant movement in terms of what companies are disclosing. So just keep that in mind, that there might have been significant updates to annual reports in recent months.
Thank you, Mel. That's a very good context. So these were fact sheets that were researched at the beginning of the year up until, I think, March, with the last of the reviews done in May. So there may, as Melanie has said, there may well have been new reports released into the market thereafter. We'd love to grow the universe of JSE companies that we've assessed in terms of these fact sheets. Unfortunately, the project funding only went so far in terms of the fact sheets, but hopefully in a subsequent year of this project, we can expand that scope. But because these are open source, they're publicly shared documents, you're welcome to share them with your colleagues and fellow trustees. And we'd also encourage fund managers to look at them and rework them as per their requirements. So let's hear from a few people. If you could raise your hand if you'd like to make a comment around the particular company that you had a quick review of. This is not a comprehension test. It's not to see if you took everything in from the fact sheet, but what were some of the interesting things that you saw? Would anybody like to share with us? I can name names and nominate people to present, but let's hear from some of you voluntarily, please.
I'm willing to go first.
Please do.
So obviously I picked that company that I love the most, Woolworths. I was not complimentary of them, so I thought, let me have a look at them. In terms of reporting, I looked at, they used CFD. I'm obviously looking at the fact sheet, but they covered all the 4 pillars. So they covered governance, strategy, risk management, metrics, and targets. And I did feel like they were doing an okay job. I'm just naturally skeptical. So I'm kind of like wondering, oh, okay, fine. But what I did find interesting is they added on a social integration and environmental integration pillar. So their own little pillar. Not a lot there in terms of what they were trying to measure, but it was trying to indicate a level of support for a just transition to a low carbon environment, taking communities into account. And I remember a conversation where we said, when we talk about reporting and the 4 pillars, that potentially some aspects should be added in particular communities, support for communities, potentially not just communities, but also gender support. So I thought that they had gone a little extra step, and I quite appreciated that.
Thanks, Vanessa. That's great to hear. And I think our retailers we're very familiar with their product offering and their services because we're visiting their stores every so often. You know, Woolies obviously for a fair amount of time have been well recognized for their good leadership or good business journey. But again, as you say, you take it with a bit of a pinch of salt because, you know, there's a lot of marketing that goes with it. So one does need to really, you know, do the analysis and make sure that their disclosures are balanced and fair. So thanks, Vanessa, for that comment. Mel, your hand's up. Do you want to make an additional comment on Woolworths specifically?
Well, I can venture there, but I think I just wanted to make note of the fact that we've added as a team, given that I think overall, as part of the project, trying to see where we can include JESI components, added the social and environmental integration section, Vanessa, that you mentioned just here. So that would include looking for indicators in companies' reports where they are trying to integrate social and environmental matters into their reporting. And like you've rightly mentioned, they are supporters of a just transition to a low carbon economy. And I do think, I mean, I agree, there is probably a lot of marketing that sits behind how companies position themselves. I'm sure no company wants to position themselves in a manner that reflects badly. But I do think if one kind of takes a look at kind of what Woolies has been doing historically from a sustainability point of view, although their actual reports aren't noted as being fully aligned, they're not, you know, formal supporters of the TCFD framework. But once you start unpacking their the themes they report on and what programs they're running from social and environmental integration perspective, I do think it's worth mentioning that, you know, they've probably been one of the retailers that's been at the forefront of leading a kind of sustainability integration throughout their business. I mean, yeah, one can nitpick at numerous things that companies should probably be doing better, but I think one should probably also consider that in the grander scheme of things, they're doing quite a number of, they're going the lengths, in my view, at least.
Thanks, Melanie.
May I add one more thing?
Please do, Vanessa.
Melanie, I think that you got a little bit of a thing there for Woolies. But what I didn't appreciate was that they're still not focusing sufficiently on geographic. I mean, I think that potentially there's too much of a focus on you know, driving around a lot in terms of produce as opposed to trying to source more locally and trying to drive sort of geographical limitation. So that would have been the one criticism that I would have had.
Thanks, Vanessa. And, you know, I think it's really up to ourselves as investors through our retirement funds or our discretionary, you know, savings, but also as members of society. You know, there's nothing stopping us from engaging with Woolworths in terms of their ESG strategy, performance, and you know, again, I guess the tallest trees get the most wind. You know, but one does need to move the entire market forward together. Would anybody else like to comment on a particular company that they looked at from the fact sheet perspective, and maybe there was something that you saw or thought about for the first time? Perhaps one of our labor comrades, you know, companies that are big employers, big clients or stakeholders of your union or federation. Is there a particular company that you might have had a look at and you'd like to share a few comments? You can also comment via the chat function. And I realized that there are a lot of fact sheets and we didn't give you much time. So we'll leave those fact sheets with you. You can access them anytime. And please do consider using them in some of your conversations that you have with your fellow Labour trustees or your union members, fellow trustees, etc. So if there's no hands being raised or no questions or comments, then I think we are going to move on with the program. What we would, however, like to do, and I think this is also just an opportunity for us to check in with one another, is we'd like to take a photo of all of our workshop participants just to record this workshop for our funders, and also just to give an indication of who all has been in the workshop. So if I could ask you just to show your screen, so put your video on, and if we can all just show our faces on the screen just for a quick screenshot that Safaku will take. That will allow us to show our funders that we actually have been training real human beings, and it's an opportunity just to see who's still with us. And thank you to those who've been able to put on your cameras. So we didn't give you forewarning about needing to have good hair days and things like that. It's all excused today. If we can have the last few cameras on, and then Safaku, when you're ready, you can press the screenshot, take the photo.
Vanessa said she's not doing that, so it's fine. I think we have enough. Everyone say cheese.
Okay, cheese.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, and thanks for most of your participation. It's much appreciated. Can I be a little bit naughty and suggest that we skip the comfort break that we had scheduled for, I think, 2:20? If you need to take a comfort break, please feel free to do so. But I think let's try and proceed with the remaining content of the sessions. We do want to try and have the workshop finished well before 4:30. So let's proceed then. I think if I'm correct, Mel, we're now handing over to Safaku. Is that correct?
No, Adrian, we're handing over to me. But I think because, we're running out of time, people will have the slides afterwards. I'm just going to kind of flip through some of these slides. It's just an example, and there are many examples of good TCFD reports that have come out in recent months. We're using the Investec one. And the reason we're showing this is basically, it's not to highlight one particular company, but just to show you guys how these types of pillars, as well as the sub-recommendations, are currently being disclosed. There's still a lot of work on the more quantitative pillars, if you will, like the metrics and targets, and the strategy with scenario analysis that companies still need to do. That might be for a variety of reasons, like resourcing or just skills in-house that they still need. But sorry, I'd like to start with the governance one. So Safaku, maybe you guys can share the link with our participants again to the Investec's latest TCFD report, just so that people in their own time are able to go and have a look at the report. But this is just a nice view of how they've set out the explanation around how their board has oversight of climate risk, and how the different levels feed into up until board level. The one thing that I think is gaining traction, which is nice to see, is companies are starting to report and explain to their various stakeholders how they intend to hold the management and board accountable with regards to their performance as it relates to some of these climate risks and opportunities that companies need to take accountability for. And here they've set out some nice targets for 2021. You'll see there's financial and non-financial, but it certainly does bear financial implications for companies. So yeah, that's just a nice example to reference. And here they provide a nice description of what management's role is at the various areas where they operate. Then under the strategy pillar, here you'll see there's a very nice kind of diagram that they've provided around short, medium, and long-term impacts, both under risks and opportunities. They've provided actually a very extensive kind of analysis around the risks and opportunities, which I'll show a bit or in upcoming slides. But yeah, I think these are some of the things you typically want to start seeing in companies reporting around how they think about the risks and opportunities they're likely to face as a company. Here they've mapped out just briefly on the left-hand side what the various risks are that they're going to have to kind of deal with. And here again, just summarizing or going into more in-depth detail around the different risks. And you'll see it's also aligned to the TCFD risks that I've in some of the earlier slides spoken to. And they've kind of divided that up in short, medium, and long-term risks that they foresee. Yeah, some more detailed analysis around some of the physical risks that Investec can think about and that they potentially need to start addressing. Here they've listed, again, over short, medium, and long term, like the TCFD framework recommends, some of the opportunities that they can capitalize on. Then under risk management, here they just provide a brief description around the way they go about identifying, assessing, and managing climate-related risks. And then you'll also see they've gone the route here of basically just tagging, using the tags high, medium, and low risk to kind of bucket that in. And I see they mention here they use the IFC guidelines for that. And here they provide a description of how they integrate climate risk into their overall risk management. And this is ideally what you'd like to see, that climate and environmental issues aren't kind of dealt with separately, but is really integrated as a risk component within the business, because that means it's managed like all the other risks. It needs to be considered from a strategic level and so forth. Then metrics and targets, like Sarah mentioned earlier, one of the more difficult and challenging pillars that companies are struggling to deal with and getting to grips with that. Here you can see they've provided a nice description of the different matrices under these TCFD pillars as it relates there, and then what their target are that they've set for themselves, the target date they intend to achieve, and then what the status is of this. And I think this is, for me, very nice to see, because I mean, this shows that they are really transparent about their intentions and what they're trying to achieve. They're holding themselves accountable, but they're also putting it out into the public to say, listen, these are the targets we're setting for ourselves, and how we're progressing towards that target. Yeah, some more information they've disclosed around the emissions. This is their operational emissions they're disclosing here, which I think one could generally say that South African companies are doing relatively okay with on scope 1 and 2. The scope 3 emissions are the ones that you typically see are the more challenging ones for companies to deal with. But you'll also see here that they've gone the route of disclosing scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, as well as how they're expressing that. And they provide you with current and historic data, so you're able to do that comparison. So this is some of the nicer things that, and I think also the more challenging things, but nice information and useful information for investors. There's at this stage not a lot of companies that are actually doing that, and I suspect it has to do with, it has definitely to do with skills, but I think there's not a lot of companies that have been keeping track of this information. So it's a process of kind of integrating those processes and systems into the organization to be able to kind of track this type of information. But here Investec has gone the route to set out what their clients' exposure is, so where they are lending and so forth, and what their exposure at the different portfolio levels are. So here they'll break it up into coal, oil and gas, natural gas, and renewables. And there you, as an investor, get a good sense of what your risk is at a coal level. Yeah, and here is just some more graphs they've provided to show what their energy lending portfolio is for the banking book, as well as Investec Limited's banking book, which is the South African part of it. And then just the breakdown, ESG breakdown of their loan book, and where the high risk industries sit for them as a group, and the different kind of high risk classes that they consider as high risk, as well as the different industries. This is the last slide. This is just a bit of a better detailed breakdown of their loan book for both PLC as well as limited. And I think, yeah, as users of this information, it's nice to be able to so precisely be able to identify through companies reporting where the risks are in terms of sector exposure and so forth. Seren, I'm not sure from an investment perspective if you have any additional comments to make on this. I'm sure yeah, you can probably add a comment or two around the usefulness of this information provided by Investec. But I do think, I mean, just the fact sheets that we did, I think that was on the 2020, and even just comparing the strides Investec has taken in the last year on the level of detail they're reporting on, one can see they're really making good strides, and that goes also for a number of other companies that are using TCFD reports to be able to identify some of these climate risks and opportunities within their business. So yeah, that brings me to the end of some of my slides that I spoke to. What we're going into now is going to be taking a closer look at climate disclosure data and trends. Safaka will be presenting that for us. So this will take a closer look at how we are progressing in terms of TCFD uptake globally, as well as how things are progressing on the local front. Thank you, Safaka. If you can share your screen for us.
Thanks, Mel. Oh, what are you guys seeing? Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, so this is my very first presentation. So if I fumble, please, please bear with me. But I think I'll be okay. So just in the interest of time, we're just gonna skip through, I guess, some of this and get into what's, I think, the meatier, or what I feel or what we feel is more interesting. So this just shows just how the TCFD framework has been sort of faring globally. So as you can see, there's been quite a sort of significant sort of increase in the number of organizations that have taken it up or become formal supporters of the TCFD framework within the past 2 years, as compared to the first 3 since 2017. So the 2021 figure just shows, because our research that we conduct, or that the TCFD conducted, in terms of who the supporters are, only goes up to the first quarter of 2021. So this is 266 people that have been, or entities that have been, that have formally taken up the recommendations in the first quarter of 2021, which is almost comparable to the 283 that have taken it up within the whole year of 2017. So this just, so the second bit just shows the prediction of maybe like approximately 800 companies or entities that will probably, or are likely to sort of take it up with as this year continues. So then this just shows some of the key findings. I'm not really going to go into this because time, but the slides will be available, so you'll be able to read through this when you get them. Yeah, so this just shows some of the sort of the drivers for why, or the drivers for this surge in sort of the uptake of the framework. So as you'd imagine, just public pressure has had a big sort of, has had a big impact on companies taking it up, because stakeholders are becoming more aware, and they're becoming more intentional in terms of where their money goes and what exactly the people or the entities that they're investing in are doing with that money. So with mandates to sort of respond to shareholder and stakeholder needs, companies have obviously had to sort of fall in line or risk losing, I guess. And then obviously we have regulation. So regulators and governments have also been sort of putting in place policies and initiatives that sort of encourage the entities to take part or to support or to fall in line with the framework. Yeah, so I'm just going to get into what I think is more interesting, but so we, 6 Capitals, along with WWF, we conducted 2 sort of research projects, research projects that relate to sort of the TCFD framework within the South African context. The first of which was this one, which we released earlier this year. It's called The Emerging Importance of the TCFD Framework for South African Companies and Investors. And basically what the aim was of this project was just to sort of get an understanding of the take-up, as well as just where South African companies are, or well, at the time where they were in their journey for the TCFD framework. So how we did this was we conducted interviews with a whole range of different companies and investors. So this would be, anyone that you can think of, from asset managers to retirement funds, industry bodies, anyone within the sort of financial community was interviewed. So we split this, or we interviewed 22 entities, and this was split between sort of investors and reporters, just to sort of, the aim was really just to see what their thinking was in relation to the framework, discussing certain aspects of it, how much of the TCFD framework are they aware of, what value they see, or their organizations or entities see the TCFD as bringing to sort of to their operations, as well as sort of some of their successes and challenges within sort of either attempting or being in the process of adopting the recommendations. So if we were to sort of summarize what some of the findings were, I guess, we found briefly that, or broadly speaking, that there has been quite a bit of progress that has been made by both investors and reporters in recent years, where disclosing according to TCFD is concerned. But it's pretty clear that there's still a lot that needs to be done by investors, particularly, in terms of like them getting to grips with the recommendations. And this is especially true to the more quantitative aspects of calculating climate risk. So this would be sort of because one of the things that we found was a lot of organizations reported that it was like some of their harder pillars to disclose against were like the metrics and targets, as well as the scenario analysis. So, but they did do very well, or most companies did very well with the more qualitative pillars of the TCFD. And this is mostly because they've sort of been reporting on those historically. Yeah. So the second project that we did is the one that results in what we're having today. So this was just the UK PAC funded research, which we also did in collaboration with WWF SA, where we analyzed the climate reporting performance of 50 of the largest JSE listed companies against the recommendations of the TCFD. So that would be the fact sheets that you were reviewing not so long ago, well, in the 10 minutes that you had. So some of the findings here, or some of the things that we sort of discovered here were, so officially according to sort of the TCFD database, we only have 18, if I'm not mistaken, 18 formal supporters of the TCFD framework within the South African context. But we were surprised to find that a lot of the companies that we sort of that we were researching are, while not formal supporters, some of their disclosure is very aligned to the TCFD framework. Yeah, but although this was still lagging compared to like the international counterparts. But South Africa does have sort of a reputation for being one of the best integrated reporting regions in the world. So even though we are lagging with our global peers, the South African reporters still performed moderately. So it wasn't as bad as we, I guess, had initially suspected. So we saw that a lot of the companies were already sort of reporting against the CDP. 2/3 of the companies that we assessed reported against the CDP framework, and we saw that because CDP themselves have also sort of released a statement claiming that their questions or their questionnaire is already quite aligned to the TCFD framework. So they state that 25 of the questions in its 2019 questionnaire were aligned with the TCFD. So if companies were already sort of reporting against something that was so closely in line with TCFD, it stands to reason that their reporting would more or less, I guess, align against some of the pillars. And this is specifically the ones that we found were sort of well aligned, were particularly the governance pillars, risks and opportunities, as well as sort of the strategy, as well as targets. Yeah. So, like I said, we were analyzing the 55 or top 55 JSE listed companies, just checking their progress relative to the recommendations of the TCFD. And all of this research was conducted based off of publicly available information. So this is annual reports, sustainability reports, as well as CDP questionnaires, some of which were already sort of available on the company's websites, but others we could just find on the CDP website. But some companies would also have sort of climate change reports, and this was all the information that we used to sort of compile the fact sheets. So the figure on the left just shows sort of a breakdown of how, or just basically the breakdown of where on the TCFD journey a lot of the companies that we analyzed were. So we had 22 of the entities being sort of formal SA supporters. So maybe my numbering was wrong, sorry guys. But then surprisingly, 23 of those, of the remaining 23, we had 10 that sort of disclosed TCFD aligned climate information. They didn't necessarily sort of claim to be formal supporters, but their reporting was already showing signs of being or aligning to the framework. And then we had 13 that indicated that sort of they intended to, within the next year or few years, to start taking up the recommendations more seriously, I guess. But this is all based off of sort of the research that we did, which is only up to the first quarter of 2021. So yeah. So this just shows this is just a snapshot of the companies that have sort of taken up the TCFD recommendations formally in like earlier this year. So I guess some of the more notable companies on this list that are new to this list are, I think, Momentum, that's and Perpetua investment managers. So yeah, these are quite big companies. So it's quite, I guess it's a step in the right direction, I guess. So this next slide just sort of it just sort of explains, like, or it shows how that disclosure is sort of, it's quickly gaining prominence locally. You know, there's still a way to go, but surely there's still a way to go, but we still, like, there's sort of a hint or an indication that we at least, if even though we are going slow, we are going in the right direction. So some examples of how we're seeing this is just we're seeing a more increased understanding of climate risks. So the TCFD recommendations they've proven to be a very useful tool to understand and report on climate risks, because it's sort of the nature of the questions or how they set up. It sort of it helps, or it sort of helps frame your thinking in terms of climate risks and how to mitigate for them, as well as how to capitalize, I guess, on the opportunities that you could also take advantage of. So also, we've seen that the framework assists both investors and companies with sort of identifying gaps in their understanding with their understanding and analysis of climate risks. As I mentioned before, it frames sort of how people have been thinking about climate risks, and so it would stand to reason that they'd also be able to see where the gaps are within their own knowledge, where climate risk is concerned. But also we've been seeing a lot more sort of fruitful engagement between asset managers as well as investee companies, especially between sort of, or with those investee companies that are using the TCFD framework. It has helped them to better understand their risks and the influence that they have, or the influence, yeah, and it also influences the companies to sort of adopt the frameworks themselves. But also we have, you know, we've also been seeing more stakeholders sort of taking part in just this whole process, and that's also been sort of helped by the recommendations, but also the data that we're seeing now, the climate-related data that we're seeing now, is a lot more. It's a lot more comparable, because one thing about frameworks, even though there are many, they do sort of create a sort of baseline, I guess, for people to sort of use to compare different companies. But once again, so we know that slowly the disclosure and reporting has improved, but there's still sort of a long way to go. Well, at least within the South African context, because companies are still learning, companies are still sort of attempting, and they're still sort of trying. They still, yeah, so that's basically like they're just trying. Yeah, so I won't go into this bit because it's quite, I guess, a little text heavy, and time I'm pretty sure I've run out of. So this just shows some of the sort of barriers that will still need to be addressed in the next coming years, that are sort of standing in the way a little, I guess, of just more companies, or, well, let me not say more companies, but just better disclosure. Because while there is sort of disclosure, we're still sort of, you know, we're currently, I guess, the focus is to get companies to disclose, and then later we can probably sort of be looking at what the quality is of that disclosure. Yeah, and I think that is it from me, unless there are any questions. I really hope not.
Great that you're willing to take questions. Please do, folk, if you've got any questions for Sifaku, feel free to put them in the chat function, or to raise your hand. Sifaku, I think while we wait for any questions, if I can bother you for the next polling question, because I think that will take us quite nicely into the next section, which is polling question 12 around responsibility for disclosing climate-related information. Yeah, so the question, thanks, Sifaku. In your opinion, does the responsibility for disclosing climate-related information sit primarily with companies, investors, or both? And of course, a lot of what Sifaku has been sharing with us is about company disclosure. Who should be disclosing? Companies, investors, both, or are you perhaps not sure? Okay, so we, for the most part, those that have responded are saying that it's both. It's both corporates or companies as well as investors, and then evenly split between companies and investors. There's an opportunity for anybody that still wants to vote. No more takers, then I think we can end the poll. Thank you. And let me share my screen just for exercise. Okay, can you, yeah, you can see my screen. So we'd like to invite you just to take a few minutes for this quick exercise. So we've, for the most part this afternoon, been talking about disclosures by listed companies or companies disclosing to their investors and stakeholders. But as retirement funds and asset owners, most of your kind of analysis of what companies are doing around climate risk and, you know, which companies are particularly exposed, etc., is actually happening and being done on your behalf by the fund managers appointed by your retirement fund. So we thought it would be a useful quick exercise just to ask you to take 3 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes at most. Maybe there's a particular fund manager that you know is managing assets on behalf of your retirement fund. And we thought it would be a good idea to go and have a look at that fund manager website to see to what extent they actually mention climate risk. Do they have any kind of comment around TCFD? Or is there some commentary around their approach to integrating or considering environmental, social, or corporate governance issues? So can we ask you just to take a minute or two using Google your favorite South African or international fund manager that might be managing assets on behalf of your fund. And hopefully on their website, they've got a search function. Maybe you want to try the search term TCFD. And if you don't get anything on TCFD, then try ESG. And let's have a quick discussion thereafter just around what you found. And maybe you were surprised on the positive side and they're disclosing a lot, they're doing a lot, or there's no information, which might not be such a surprise. So please take a minute or two, Google your favorite fund manager. You can do a search via their website search function for TCFD or for ESG. You could even try climate and see what comes. And then let's have a quick discussion thereafter. So just looking at timing now, my watch says that it's almost 3 minutes, 14:50. So let's say at 5 minutes to 3, we're going to give some feedback. Thanks very much. Okay, well, hopefully you've had a chance to look at your selected fund manager, and you've had a chance to look at their website. Maybe they've got a section of the website on ESG. Climate might be one of the themes under that section. Maybe you did the Google search or the search on the function, the website function for the term TCFD or ESG. Let's hear from anybody that would like to share with us by raising your hand, whether you'd like to share with us any findings to the positive or to the negative. You can also provide your comment in the chat function. It looks like we're losing Mzoli and Pindi round about now. So hopefully the rest of you can remain. We probably need less than an hour to wrap up. So were there any kind of interesting bits of information that you could source on your favorite fund manager website?
So without raising my hand and without being the teacher's pet, I could go first if you like.
That would be great. We're taking any volunteers at this time of the day.
I went to 91. I chose to search for TCFD to see if they were a supporter. Turns out they are. Went to a great extent, full on TCFD reporting. What I found interesting is that they also reported at asset class and industry exposure levels in terms of carbon footprint. And they had developed their own proprietary tool to measure carbon metrics. I found that quite interesting. And so, yeah, those are my comments.
Thanks, Vanessa. So, I mean, those were, good observations, and I think you probably hit the jackpot in terms of a good option to go to, in terms of where you were likely to find good disclosure. So thanks for that contribution. Would anybody else like to share their experience or what they were able to see on the website?
Hi, it's Andrew. I think the one that I like is future growth. And I'm familiar with this fund manager, and I like the way they do the investing, because they also consider the community and, and try and make a difference for the community. So for me, that ticks all the boxes. It's a starting point for us also on the funds. And yeah, so future growth, really impressed with them. Thank you.
Thanks for that contribution, Andrew. And that's probably more from a broader ESG and developmental impact perspective. And I think future growth is recognized for that. Again, I'm not sure to what extent Future Growth is starting to disclose on TCFD aligned disclosures. That's something I'll need to look at for myself. I had a quick look at the Public Investment Corporation's website. Obviously, when I used to work at the Government Employees Pension Fund, the PIC was our asset manager, and in turn, the PIC appoints other asset managers. They have a website section dedicated to ESG. They talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, and they talk about some of the ESG engagements that PIC has undertaken. There's a lot on proxy voting and proxy voting records, but there's nothing about climate. There's also no active link to their corporate governance policy, which is disappointing. So again, I think, the reminder here is that we as trustees or fiduciaries or principal officers of retirement funds, we really do need to make sure that we are keeping tabs on the fund managers working on our behalf, getting mandates from our boards. And, these are questions that one can raise when you have your quarterly or annual investment report back sessions from portfolio managers or representatives from your fund managers. So I'm, on the one hand, I'm, not surprised that the PIC has got good coverage on ESG, but we're missing the details. Thank you. Are there any other contributions before we move on to the next and final phase of today's workshop? Nobody else would like to make a comment? Okay, then I think I'm going to invite Seren and Melanie, I think, to take us through to the final section. I'll stop sharing on my side and hand over to you, Seren. I think we are on track for a just before 4 o'clock close. I'm sure those that are still with us will appreciate an earlier end than 4:30. So we'll try and keep the final session straightforward and plain sailing. Thank you, Seren.
Thanks, Adrian. Hi, everyone again. We're on to the final stretch, so thanks for staying with us. We wanted to dive a bit more into the metrics, targets, and scenarios part of the TCFD recommendations, because a lot of the feedback we get, this is one of the areas where people would like some additional support on. So I think we have covered a bit of metrics and targets today. Just as a reminder, we're gonna just show this slide again. That's what the metrics targets pillar of TCFD recommendations is saying. It's saying that organizations disclose the metrics and targets it uses to assess and manage climate-related risks and opportunities. There's 3 parts under this pillar. The first is disclose the metrics one uses. The second is to disclose scope 1, scope 2, and if appropriate, scope 3. And the third part is to disclose the targets used. So metrics and targets, and then scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Here's a nice slide that this page here actually shows, there's climate-related targets and there's climate-related metrics. So the metrics, this is a quantity. It's a quantity that organizations uses, and it's something that's historical, current, or forward-looking, and it relates to climate-related risks and opportunities for that organization. So it's used to track climate-related risks and opportunities. And then there's the targets. So targets are specific levels or thresholds of that quantity for the metric that the organization has chosen. So it's the targets are normally over a well-defined time horizon, and it's indicative of the organization's overall climate-related ambition and strategy. So the metrics inform the targets, and all these things work together on looking at financial impact, because TCFD is ultimately trying to combine the two. So for the financial impact, it's looking at how the historic or current quantity or forward-looking quantitative outlook for that metric and target, and is, regarding the financial impact of climate-related risks and opportunity on the organization's financial performance or position. So what's the impact of those targets and metrics, and the achievement or underachievement or overachievement of those targets? How does it relate back to financial performance, which is something TCFD is always trying to get back to in terms of their recommendations. As a reminder, again, what are the scope or the types of greenhouse gas emissions? Well, at the top, you'll have, we can show you the types of greenhouse gas emissions as defined by the Kyoto Protocol. There's carbon dioxide, which we've mentioned many times. There's CH4, which is methane. There's nitrous oxide. There's hydrofluorocarbons, fluorofluorocarbons, and sulfuric acids. Scope 1 is those direct emissions, so from the company's facilities or company vehicles. Scope 2 is from purchased electricity. And the scope 3, it's, there's lots of stuff in the scope 3 part where it's the indirect emissions part of a company's value chain. But because the audience today is more focused on asset owners, the part of scope 3 emissions that's most relevant is the investment side of things. Other metrics that one can consider to complement the process, when quantitative information is not available, qualitative information that can supplement as a proxy for that is perfectly fine. Remember that we're all on a journey, and it's difficult to be 100% or have 100% of the information today. But we're certainly working towards that. So some examples of other metrics that people can use, the proportion of assets or operating, investing, or finance activities which are exposed to material risks. There's also credit exposures to fossil fuels and high-risk investments. There's the proportion of assets that's either operating, investing, or financing activities aligned to climate-related opportunities. The amount of senior management remuneration that's impacted by climate change, and the amount of expenditure or capital investment deployed towards climate risks and opportunities. So getting into some examples now, and Melanie showed some very interesting ones earlier as well. This is pulled from Liberty Mutual, from their reports, and then it shows here the total investments in traditional energy at the top, which is about $3.7 billion, and at the bottom, it shows total investments in alternative energy sources. And you can see the disclosures are given for a number of years to get a view on trend analysis and to see how things are either improving or getting worse over time. Here's another really good example, which is from Citibank. Here they split their exposure to certain sectors, so energy and commodities, and even that is split up into further subdivisions. They also include power and transportation, and they show the total amount of assets that they have exposure to these certain sectors, and they have an indication in the far right of the slide of this table that highlights which sectors are exposed to high physical risks or high transitional risks, or various levels of transition and physical risks. Just a reminder again on the metrics for measuring financial emissions. So we spoke about absolute emissions. Economic emissions is referring to kind of your intensity levels, where it's your tons of CO2 over your $1 million or million rands invested. There's physical emissions, so to understand the efficiency of a portfolio or parts of a portfolio in terms of a total carbon emissions per unit of a common output. But I think for many people here, the weighted average carbon intensity would be a very important metric to look at. And this is to understand the exposure to carbon intensive companies. As mentioned previously, this is a portfolio's exposure to carbon intensive companies expressed as tons of CO2 over here. The slide says million euros, but in South Africa, we will use million rands of company revenues. Onto the target side of things, there are a few examples of certain targets climate-related metrics and the associated targets that one would find with them. So greenhouse gas emissions, the absolute scope 1 and scope 2, and the relevant scope 3. An example of a target could be to reduce your net scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions to 0 by 2050. And there's lots of other examples here of metrics and targets, from carbon pricing to the proportion of assets that one is invested in or is lending to, and the amount of senior management remuneration. So we spoke about this on the slide, and this is kind of just giving you a few examples of targets that relate to those other metrics that we discussed. Time horizons is an important part as well. You can pick your short, medium, and long term, or you can pick different, time horizons that's relevant to the business. And for many here, the time horizons will be quite long term, but it's important for one to understand what the financial implications are across those different timelines, as well as the different strategic impacts that would have, and the planning and analysis that goes along with it. And here's an example of a Barclays finance emissions, where it's showing the metrics and the targets kind of interplaying with each other. So here on the top, there's absolute emissions, where it shows that the base year is 2020. And you can see where the target is the dotted line, and where the actual performance is. And at the bottom, it's a similar one. It's finance emissions for the power sector. And again, it's got a target and dotted lines where the performance is. So it's enabled users to kind of track and analyze Barclays' performance against the targets. So that's me. I went through it quite quickly. I think we covered some of those things before. And I'll hand over to Melanie. Thank you.
Thanks, Cyril. Yeah, so we'll head on into the last section, covering scenarios. So I'm mindful of the fact that it might seem confusing for some, that we're doing scenarios which, if you look at the different pillars, fall under the strategy pillar. But I'll explain the reason behind this as we go into the slides that I'm about to discuss. So just to unpack it a bit further, because I think scenario analysis can be quite an abstract concept for people to kind of get to grips with. So it's basically just a tool which we use to enhance critical thinking about or strategic thinking about looking at different paths into the future. So one brings together descriptions of the future to highlight central elements of them, and then draw attention to key factors that will impact on us moving into the future. And it's important to note here that scenarios aren't absolute forecasts or predictions, but they're rather hypothetical constructs that provide us with a tool to explore these key future factors and to challenge our conventional wisdom of the future. And these then help us to explore alternatives that alter the basis of our business as usual assumptions. So there are various principles that guide the development of scenarios, and we've highlighted them here on the screen. And when one thinks about those, we want these scenarios to be plausible. So in other words, the events in the scenarios should be the realistic description of the future. And we're going to be exploring when we're exploring multiple scenarios, we want them to be distinctive between the different scenarios, and they must make sense as well. So there needs to be consistency within them, and they also need to be relevant to what we're trying to explore. And these also needs to challenge our perceptions of what the future from what we currently perceive as business as usual. So this is a nice image that we added here for you guys.
Melanie, sorry to interrupt you. I think your screen sharing has stopped.
So okay.
Your screen anymore.
apologies. Let's just try that again. Sorry. So I'm not sure where it stopped in the process, but I quickly went through the characteristics of scenarios with you guys. And I'm now on this slide. So this is just a nice image to show you guys. There's various ways of thinking about scenarios that companies can report on as part of their TCFD disclosure and a company's resilience under these different scenarios. So on the left-hand side, there's a scenario in red where there's very little action around climate-related risks, and that also then translates into very little transition risk one has to deal with that, lack of addressing climate change. So in this scenario, yeah, there's little action taken, and then one would likely see large temperature increases, which will result in serious physical impacts as a result of climate change. And then in the scenarios in the middle, that's a bit, these are scenarios where a bit of action is taken in terms of climate risk. So your transition risk is not, goes up a level, but so also you reduce then your physical risks as you start addressing climate risks through various scenarios or various actions. And then finally on the right hand side is a scenario where you're trying to achieve a net zero future, and of course with that comes very high transition risk that you need to address and take into consideration. So this just demonstrates what a scenario analysis might look like in a climate context. And then this slide is also just a summary slide to show how companies could potentially map out their scenarios to show where in these kind of increments in change in temperature, what that means for physical hazards and transition shocks, and how that feeds impact then into their value stream, as well as some companies are a bit more advanced. They do kind of quantifying the financial implications of these risks. I was not able to get a good kind of example for you guys illustrating this at this stage, but there's a few companies' reports you can have a look at. Some have started the process of kind of in a qualitative manner setting out some scenarios, what they envision these different scenarios can mean for their organizations. Then you'll remember the Investec example there. They've really gone kind of quantifying where the risks are, and you can put an actual figure to those climate risks and what that means for their organizations. And then yeah, towards the end, kind of just indicating what impacts that has for different underlying assets, asset classes, various sectors, and country or regional levels. So yeah, I guess this is then a good segue to use to just quickly prompt Adrian for the next slide that we're going to be sharing, which is part of some of the additional training that's going to happen as part of the bigger UK Pact project.
Thanks very much, Mel, and hopefully you can see my screen. We've got at the end of the month, on the 30th of September in the afternoon, from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 5 o'clock, we've got Raphael Chaskelson, who's a senior economist at Vivid Economics, and he's going to be presenting in detail around climate scenarios and it's going to be, you know, a little bit more of a practical workshop from a climate scenario perspective. He'll be looking at, you know, high-level introduction to climate scenarios. What about suitable scenarios in the South African context, given our own exposure to the likes of Eskom, for example? What are some of the outputs that can be used to measure transition risk? And then also looking at best practices when it comes to transition risk quantification. So he's a real expert in this regard, and we'd invite you to register to join us for that session the afternoon of 30 September. And if you can think of anybody else that would benefit from joining on that session, please do invite them to join us as well for that. Also, just to mention that we will be running a repeat workshop of the content that's been covered today. So if you can think of any of your other fellow trustees or board members or people within your network that you think would benefit from attending the second workshop in this particular retirement fund focused offering. Our next one is going to be on the 21st of September from 9 o'clock until 4 o'clock, or similar time schedule to today's. Please, we'd welcome any additional registrations for that. I think we are already on 20, but we'd love a full house. And then also just to mention, for those of you who might have industry colleagues or contacts in the asset management industry, we have the third of our asset manager focused workshops, which are half-day workshops covering some of this content. Our next one is going to be taking place next week on the 14th of September. So I think next week, Tuesday, and that will be from 11 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And we'd love to have strong participation from our project stakeholders at those workshops. You will have seen that I've included the post-workshop feedback link to an online survey. It's a requirement from our funders, South Africa UK Pact, that we request formal feedback from workshop participants at the end of each workshop. It's an opportunity for us to be held accountable, but also it's an opportunity for constructive feedback so that we can build on improving these workshops over time. The intention also is that the material that's been used in these foundational workshops will become a course that will be able to be completed by people wanting to learn more around climate risk and climate disclosures through an investor lens. Also, just to mention that you can claim Batseta Cpd credits for having attended today's workshop. There are 6 Batseta Cpd hours available, and if you are a principal officer or a trustee, then please would you get in touch with SAFACU. You just need to give us your full names and your ID number, and we'll gladly issue you with a Batseta accredited Cpd certificate confirming your attendance. So with that, as we start to wrap up, if I can ask you to please complete the online feedback form, which is available in the chat function. But we do have a little bit of time for any final questions or comments or closing remarks, both from our presenters and our participants. So I'll give you an opportunity to raise your hand or to make a comment in the comments section. So are there any specific comments or feedback that anybody would like to have? Please raise your hand and I'll gladly let you speak. Just checking here on my second screen, and I'm not seeing any raised hands. I know that it has been a fairly long day, and we've dealt with a lot of content, so thanks for sticking it out with us. Then perhaps if there's no immediate comments or questions, then I'm going to ask SAFACU to load the final few questions via the polling function. We'd like to get your views on a couple of gender equity and social inclusion questions. Right, so again, gender equity and social inclusion is a key consideration for UK Pact as part of this project. So the question is, do you feel gender and social inclusion concerns are being sufficiently considered or considered in the context of climate-related financial disclosures in South Africa? Yes, no, or not sure. That's the first part of the question. The question is, do you feel gender and social inclusion concerns are being considered in the context of climate-related financial disclosures in South Africa? Yes or no, or not sure. We've had 2 responses so far. It'd be great if we could have a few more. And it looks like the same people have also responded to question 2 there, which is, what priority gender equity and social inclusion issues and concerns would you like to see featured in an analysis and reporting toolkit, which this project team is working on developing? Is it gender equality, equity, social inclusion, or perhaps you're not sure? Okay, I think we've got the responses that we're going to get there. So thank you, Sifaku. Then let's move on to question 14, polling question 14. So Sifaku, I'm looking for the question around, as part of the project's broader objective, which aims to develop industry tools. Do we have that polling question loaded?
Adrian, was that not that second question that was at the bottom? Potentially.
Sorry, I just need to move.
Yes, it was the second.
Yeah,
Apologies.
I think both of those came up at the same time, and I'm not sure quite why. It's the first
Perfect.
time I see it.
Thanks for clarifying that. So I think we've covered all of the Jersey polling questions that we needed to. We have, suggested there's an opportunity for any Q&A questions. Are there any final takers before we wrap up and say our goodbyes? So I'm looking for hands or comments in the chat function. I'm not seeing any hands, so I think that means that it's really just time to say thank you very much for your participation today. Please do complete that online survey for our feedback for the workshop. We'd love to hear how you experienced today's workshop. It's an opportunity for us to also learn from today's workshop and to maybe make any further improvements that are required in advance of our next session, which is on the 21st of the month. And yeah, also just a reminder, if you'd like to claim those CPD credits, please drop Sifaku an email. Please visit the project resource kind of website, which is available via DNA Economics, the link that we've provided previously. And I just see Pandila saying thank you very much for a great session. On our part, we'd like to thank you all for giving up your day to participate in today's workshop. And please allow me also to say a big thank you to our presenters, Seren Modere from WWF South Africa, as well as Melanie Smith and Sifaku Matibe from 6 Capitals Advisory. We've really benefited from your presentations today and responding to questions. Please do keep in touch. We'd love to continue this conversation further. And with that, unless there's any final comments, I think we can call it a day. And please do enjoy the rest of your day further.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks all.
Bye.